Guess I'll be doing some of this. Little tired. I think probably get past the first of the 2 portions of the Archon Quest. Really, I guess it would be nice if they spaced it out a bit more. I don't know. But regardless. So, right, there is that meeting point quest, which I'm not too worried about right now. I just get dailies done. And oh, as of right now, that's weird. Maybe it's because it's been fewer than 24 hours, but I don't see any anecdotes showing up. To be fair, some of them are hidden, but regardless, one way or another. We have... should only be a few more quests before he finishes things up. Just get rid of that notification, sure. It'll be nice and fast. But as of right now, I do have more or less enough ballad books for Durin. So now it's about getting the materials to ideally level his inventee's weapons. Oh, it's the Varsa one. 200 people. She's going to eat it all herself. Okay. Is there going to be anything about upcoming events? Okay, now they have information about the rhythm game event. It's going to be next week? Yeah, more or less. On day 5. That would be on the 21st. So yeah, that could be next Friday, potentially. That's decent enough, and it... Nilu's quest. That's interesting. I guess it makes sense for Nilu to be involved in some way. But one way or another. Ah. Again, at the moment, should be... No, not the Samara one. Hidden in the shadows, a nation that doesn't exist. The Hunter of the Moon has been revived with the aid of a moon power beam. Now a new crisis looms over Nod-Krai. Okay. Do that shortly. I made the snails respawn. Yeah, no anecdotes at the moment. That is kind of crazy. But again, it would not surprise me if it was a product of the fact that we simply don't have... See? Water here, or... Well, regardless. Oh, alright. The fact that it, again, has been fewer than 24 hours since... Yeah, pretty good damage from the lunar charged alone. Let's see how this goes. Let's pick this up. So how long is that portion? And it is... It's not crazy long, I think. Let me see. Well, we do observation of Rerir's memories. Then there is a... Arlecchino's involved. That's fun. Yeah. That's right. There's a bit of Nefer involvement, but... Okay. Shouldn't be too long. It's really about Rerir's backstory. Yeah, sure. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Depending on how things go, I might even have time to try the auto mode for TCG again. In order to... Goodness. The Ornate Kabuto, which is the base version of the Emblem of Severed Fate set, is actually a little bit better than the actual Emblem of Severed Fate artifact. In the TCG auto mode, at least. Because one is, and to be fair, I guess you could use it to just set each other off if you equipped everyone with the upgraded version to... the upgraded version, or the full version, gives you energy when another character uses burst. To be fair, that's just once per round, whereas the ornate kabuto just reduces the energy required for a burst by 1 period, which in the long term is much, much stronger. And to be fair, I think that the quote-unquote weaker version is a little rarer as a result too, because it is actually better. But one way or another, we'll see. There we go. That's exciting. I see. So we could turn that in real quick. That'll probably be next week when I get enough Miliastro level to actually level the mannequins, and as a result, get 6 free blue fates from just taking them to 90 and then, of course, never using them. I know that you can only actually have either the boy or girl mannequin in your roster at once and cannot double dip. But I suppose my question on top of that is whether they would share equipment or have it actually just switch out between. But yeah, tiles are for Durin's sword, which does look a good deal similar to Festering Desire and the... let me see. The chains are for Venti's bow, which again is based around using Venti as, with the buffs next patch, an on-field infusion hydro DPS, animo DPS, which is interesting, because it means his swirl is not actually going to be a particularly important part of his kit. In terms of damage, you're going to be running his vortex for the crowd control primarily, which is quite interesting. I think I can try to craft these up after this run real quick. See how this goes. And that's fine. And who'd we get? Nobody. That is unfortunate. Alright. This should be enough. Yeah. Got lucky on that crit, I think. He is quite strong, and I do have him built to kind of gamble a little. I will say that it may be worth switching out his and Nefer's artifacts, because hers are built around... She literally has more than 100 effective crit rate for Lunar Womb specifically, at least with Lama. Well, Lama's E buff is up, but the funny thing about that is, since she deals a lot more hits, she's a lot less swingy. It averages out over time. She could afford to have a bit less crit rate and a bit more crit damage, but Flynn's damage is condensed into basically 4 hits over the course of his rotation, which makes it a good deal more swingy. So, see this here. Could make 5. None of them have gotten any bonus. That's whatever. 14. We can make 3 if we get a bonus production. We did not, so we will need to go and run the chains one more time, I think. So that's going to be weapon mats for Durin and for Venti squared away. I've got enough ballad books for Durin, or will, at least once the pass is clear. And so then after that, it's, I guess, just maybe experience books, maybe talent books for many one's Ino needs, though to be fair, her damage is not meaningful. Maybe going for Jahoda's, but unless she's at C6, and even then she's still more of a side grade than anything else, there isn't a huge reason to use her over Sucrose, even on Nod-Krai teams, if you're not in a position where you have to run multiple teams that might like to have Sucrose and or Nod-Krai, and it, as of right now, and I guess we'll see if and how it changes. Yeah, that's enough. That's good. Nefer can't really use Jahoda anyway, because what is an Animo doing on a Dendro team? Well, specifically a Bloom team. You can kind of put Sucrose in there just because she's got EM share. And there aren't a lot of good options for Nefer anyway, but past that, what are you doing? And... oh goodness. So it's one last one. What if this gave me multiple? Okay, at least it's not that silly. So yeah, from this point onwards, the only thing I can really think of would be vagrancy books for Jahoda. And how much... I'll be doing a bit of exploration to make sure I don't miss out on those rewards, but right now we're at about... Yeah, I will have enough to level them. Might have to worry about the patch after that 6.3, depending on how many characters there are in 6.3. You know, as of right now, it's probably Columbina, and nothing else is really known. But still. Cool. Let's do a bit of quick mining. Still wonder, because I do actually have this artifact loadout on an effort built around the expectation of getting her Sig one day, whether I'm actually going to go into that. But again, right now she overcaps on crit rate, which does mean I could and probably should actually make the Nod-Krai craftable form, because it is good on her. It's a specifically lunar charge oriented weapon, because it, you know, flings and Nefer, but it is still not really known and certain whether there's going to be any lunar reaction other than lunar charged and lunar bloom. Because you might think, but in theory they might have added them all. Well, to be fair, lunar bloom is added in 6.0 and lunar charged in 5.8, really, but still. So I suppose we can run this right now. Hi. It's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. It's been a month. Still no news about Rerir, though. Where could he have slunk off to? He's hiding in my basement. Felt like he was gone for good, but with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him. Which is really funny, considering that at the very end he gets yeeted into a portal. And that's probably not the last of him then either. Vladimir, a lightkeeper. Oh well, you must be the traveler in Paimon. Mr. Flins has been looking for Flins' son. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. Thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan. The wild hunt? Really gave us a vine boom. Uh-oh, we'd better get over there right away. Come on, let's go, traveler. Wasting no time. Nation that doesn't exist. Meet up with Flint's at the quarry. There are some people we could get intel from, but I do not want to do that right now. Jahoda is going to be able to do that too, and I wonder if the dialogue's going to be any different. It's always nice to put in the most recent characters, so... Do I really need a... sure, I guess I could keep that. Usable Flynn's team. That was for Mondstadt books, and I don't need to grind those anymore, so we can switch that out, sure. Okay. Llama. You and Nefer. Okay. This is something akin to usable. Gaudenti. Over at the quarry, and that's... I still haven't really done all that much in Nasha Town. That is true. I've been putting off the exploration due to getting busy with other things in other games. It's over here, and oh, we can see the wild hunt. These abyssal particles, Nelson Kosovieri. I'm sharing this with you because I trust you. The proof of the cognoscenti, that's not just something you find lying around. And oh, there's a random aramite floral ring dancer. Interesting. That might be connected to some of the bounties they've got? Maybe. See a quarry. Oh, is this going to be a domain? God. Everybody is here. Except Nefer and Columbina, I guess. I can barely sense any moon power at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk. Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable, as if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough. So he's been going on draining moon power to power back up, presumably. He's not seriously still getting stronger. What's his endgame here? Oh, everyone's here already. Have we made it? So what's going on? We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days ago, expecting Rerir to strike again. Went for the Bokutachi to describe them all. But it's like he just vanished in thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence. And that is until this morning when a lightkeeper found signs of wildhunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the crystallite itself is physically intact, but the moon power it contained is all but completely diminished. And we're sure that Rerir did this. Who else is the only one who could pull off a stunt like this? Maybe it was Columbina, and she's just doing purple now. Moon power loss has reached critical levels. Hunter of the Moon set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. Consequences could be catastrophic. Trevor, do you remember when we encountered Rerir just after regaining his body? See something. He was still trying to regain his power back then, I think. And see something. Gonna be. Okay. No problem there. Had to check on something. Okay. There wasn't a shred of sanity left, nothing but madness and rage. I remember it well, he was already extremely dangerous even then. And he only got crazier after actually regaining his body. Holy Gygus. But, presumably trying to regain his sanity. Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Palman gets chills just thinking about it. But the thought that he's still out there working somewhere in Nod-Krai waiting for his chance to strike, shudder even chillier. Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding? His goal isn't really destroying everything then, and you can still see the smoke rising from the hole into the Night Kingdom over there. It is very funny how close Nod-Krai is to Ushkanal and a few places. Something had to be. Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more moon power, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows. Unless he's trying to lure us into a false sense of security. Unless something went wrong, his whole resurrection thing didn't exactly go smoothly. The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly? Instinct? Beats me. According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own. That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero interest in talking to us. That's why we have to go into his memories. There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him, certainly nothing about his past or what he might be hoping to achieve. Exactly, we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Nefer hadn't heard of the Hunter of the Moon before all this. She's doing a Nefer impression. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gather every scrap of intel in Nod-Krai, still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him. Okay. So if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Snezhnaya and her big robo-buddy Columbina to help us. We still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone, we'd be dead meat. Or a clanked robot. Oh, Potman's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big? Ask help from Columbina. Maybe. Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in moon power and what else about Columbina? Somewhere like the Eye of Krati or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure, if we just sit back and let him keep absorbing moon power, we really won't stand a chance against him. Pillar of Fire Emblem. Or of Krat, the pervert flea from Silksong. A perfectly reasonable hypothesis, however, it is worth noting that these 2 locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both, we'll need to split up. I agree we should split up right now. Rerir's goal seems to be gathering moon power, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on hideout. So is it going to go according to plan, or... I guess we'll see. Wait, why hideout? To protect Columbina. If I recall correctly, our largest goddess statue was carved from moon power rich ore, was it not? Huh, that's right, yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims. Describing the followers as pilgrims is interesting. Silksong mentioned. It is funny that the inside of the ear is still a flat texture. Splitting up's always going to be risky, but I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here. Really, we're in a race against Rerir, but what am I saying? And if we do run into Rerir, what then? Yeah, that's when you follow the 3rd rule of treasure hunting, run like the wind. They're really getting a lot of use out of this, okay. Huh, didn't you say the 3rd rule was go with the flow, and that was last patch when she was infiltrating the Vitui base? Oh, I don't know, did I? Anyway, whatever, in this case, go with the flow means go find backup. Okay, come on. Stupid. Agreed, if anyone finds so much as a trace of Rerir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to put safety first. Alright, we better get moving. Come on, Nefer, let's go. And so they went up to the tower where we played Flappy Brigida. Last quest. Oh, so this is actually... Oh, Jahoda, don't fall. Just evacuating people. Oh, and it did not load the Linoculus that we still haven't collected. Should still be in that hand. Go to the Frostmoon Enclave. Yeah, no time wasted, huh? Alright. And I would presume that's the Pillar of Embla? Again, I've not done enough quests yet to really see one way or another. So everyone's back here, and this is, I believe, when Rerir ganks Bina. Is it cutscene time? Is it cutscene time? Let me check something. Any leads? Let me just see if there's anything there. Moon Enclave. Not very much. And you don't have an option to actually... I was gonna say, it'd be interesting to see if I know it enough, it might be anywhere else, but the wiki does not say. Nope, Diddly's got Mataku. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. He kind of is. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off on any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than do a painting like this. Yeah, Jahoda holding the explosive barrel. I don't think that will end particularly well for her. So you guys didn't find anything either. It's not loving the world either. How about you, Flins? I questioned a few lightkeepers and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone, exactly because of his shape-shifting abilities mentioned again. Almost as if he knew someone was onto him. Either that, or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long. I guess we don't know really if he has any ability to bilocate, and we know he can shapeshift, but whether he can actually have multiple doppelgangers running around, I don't know, I don't think. He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where or what is his next target? No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment. Hi, how are you doing? Don't know how I feel about that. Just doing the Archon Quest finally. A fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it. So again, he's presumably trying to replace the fragments of his body with moon power to regenerate it, instead of just gathering at this point. All I can do now is hope that I know and Nefer turn up some leads. Darn it, Rerir, if you got the guts, come face me one-on-one. For a second, I thought she was flipping us off. Honestly, would be funny. Oh! And she jinxed it! Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it, I swear. Understandable. That is right. Forgot about that. Been a while. But, since that was mentioned... It is very funny how Jahoda is so unlucky it kind of actually summons Rerir. No, it's coming from Silvermoon Hall. Columbina might be in danger. The Freak Tower might be in danger. Let's get over there quick. And okay, as a cutscene. So goddess with a wielding sword and oh, right there. Hello. They're flying. All she can do is shield. It's blue enough to be Hydra, maybe. It is so funny how Walma got caught. Basically a healer in pretty much every instance of a Lauren cutscene, and then her kit only has healing at C1 or higher. Is he attacking the girl? What's going on? Stop him. So he's got his signature. I wonder if we'll ever get the intro cutscene Traveler, so it's because the Abyss Twin has theirs. This is insane. Jahoda, get Columbina out of here, and of course she turned into a horse. They were using Walma's trailer leitmotif there. They like doing it. It's a good leitmotif. I don't know if they've ever used flames, but look where feeble light has gotten you. I shall plunge into darkness. The Lindis, and that's his wife. Soon I will find a way. Watch out! A gander from Fate. I was gonna say, that was a scene in the Suicide Squad. Jahoda is... Bloodsport? Sorry. I mean, I guess you could say Rerir is kind of Peacemaker. Maybe. Not really. Oh, because we got the blessing from the one Columbina commission you gotta do. Because we got the Moon Blessing, and then we got shot at again. I am pretty excited for the Rerir boss fight that I'll probably do tomorrow. Lasers and claw attacks. And now we gotta fight the Wild Hunt. Fine then. Even if it means turning this place to ashes. The Traveler is weak. Or at the very least, completely useless in gameplay other than Pyro Traveler 1 fight and some team comms if you need discount Malvika. I mean, generally speaking, every character who's strong in lore is strong in gameplay, literally except the Traveler. I mean, I would prefer they fully commit to either strength or weakness. I mean, I don't like how much Wuwa glazes and jacks off the player character every other minute, but at least Rover is actually good. Dendro is good, was good, because Dendro was good. Dendro is not really good anymore. Because Dendro had a lot of damage that was entirely based on the reaction itself, and therefore couldn't really be wailed on one way or another, which made it very free-to-play friendly, but eventually they realized, hey, we don't want to do that, and number correct everything in the game, which made Dendro kind of suck, because it was so based around flat damage numbers on Hyper Bloom, on Quicken. Because that's the thing about Quicken and Aggravate reactions, is that they get bonuses from damage bonus and from crit, but the amount of damage that a single Aggravate or Quicken reaction is a flat damage number that scales off of EM, damage bonus, and crit. And so if other characters are based around not reactions, but just flat numbers in their kit, and those numbers are bigger, Quicken and Aggravate are suddenly going to suck as reactions, because the numbers are suddenly a lot smaller. Yeah, I have a lot of complicated feelings about rewrites in fiction, because Wuwa was very famously or infamously pretty much completely rewritten in between the content beta and the full release. There were aspects of Genshin that were changed. The biggest things that were rewritten, in terms of things that had been set out and then actually changed. With Fontaine, there was a little bit. Fontaine was hinted at having a pollution problem that did not really ever manifest in any meaningful sense. But Inazuma's story was entirely rewritten. Originally, apparently, Ayaka was supposed to become the Electro Archon at the end. There were mentions, though it's been so long ago that most people have forgotten about the Raiden being dead initially, which of course did not happen. Or to the extent it happened, it was referring to Makoto. And then Natlan was almost totally rewritten. It's very, very obvious that Natlan was totally rewritten, because Yansan was the representative of Natlan in the initial trailer, and she sticks out like a total black sheep, kind of, pun intended, compared to everybody else in Natlan, design-wise in every single way. And I think it's hard to not acknowledge that Natlan probably was originally intended to be a blasted volcanic hellscape where pretty much everyone was dead other than Yansan and maybe a few others. And maybe most of the characters in the original Natlan patch cycle design were just going to be from other regions, so that they could make like 3 black people and then not have to do anything past that. Which maybe actually might have gone over better. I mean, the interesting thing about Natlan is that, I mean, I've talked about this before, but as, you know, like, I'm an Asian American, for better or worse, and being a minority in America, it's basically just looking different from other people and feeling weird about that, and not having any real connections to any real homeland culture. Which is why people in America did not like Notlan very much. But in, you know, like South America and Latin America, people liked it a lot. Because even though everyone looked white, there was still a lot of good, authentic representation of Latin American culture. And because being an ethnic minority in America is basically about having your culture forcibly stripped away from you and just being a different color than everyone else and being ostracized because of that. You know, the one thing they had was gone, but people who were in Latin America were like, oh, look, it's our culture being represented in some adequate way for one of the few times ever. How cool. But it's interesting. It's interesting. I think if it did end up being how it might have originally intended to be, which is like everyone in Not One is dead except 3 actually black people, Americans would have liked it a lot better. But people in Latin America probably wouldn't have. But those are all counterfactuals. I think in the end, they kind of wrote themselves into a corner by planning out Notline in the first place, because no one forced them to. If they didn't want to make, you know, a Latin American and African region with people who didn't all look hilariously white, they could have just not done that. They didn't need to make a Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America region. They could have just made, I don't know, a Korea region or something. But they planned that out years in advance and screwed themselves. They were going to have to piss off at least somebody no matter what they did. They were either going to piss off Americans by not making black people, or they're going to piss off the Chinese by making black people. And you can guess at which one won and why. But in the end, it was a massive unforced error. Just like Dawei giving a gigantic loan to Paper Games and having to farm out the entire female fan base of the game for a year. My family watched the Fallout TV show. I did not. I heard it was decent. But I also heard a lot of people complain about the fact that, I mean, because Bethesda and Obsidian have very different visions from the series. Bethesda, Obsidian, you know, Obsidian and Interplay compared to Bethesda, where Bethesda very obviously wants to make an apocalyptic RPG instead of a post-apocalyptic RPG, and therefore hates the idea of any kind of civilizational regrowth and progress, and has to nuke everything back to the status quo every single day. But because, to my knowledge, if I recall correctly, the whole deal that pissed a lot of people off with the Fallout show is that New Vegas basically got nuked, and the NCR got nuked, and nothing exists anymore, and it's just the same place, but nothing from New Vegas is really relevant. And okay, then why put it there? Well, because it's easy and makes people want to watch it, and then get bait and switched. But regardless. There was one line in that cutscene that I did not quite see. You said, no time for questions, stop him. That was too close, we barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong? He's one of the 5 sinners of Conria, and that probably wasn't his full strength. Why did he mention Skirk earlier during the cutscene? In what context was that? He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards. His power level is over 9,000. You thought Columbina was Skirk, or... Skirk shows up in an anecdote, but she's not story relevant. I honestly don't know if she'll ever be story relevant. I have a question. When me and Nefer showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about? And to be fair, Ino does not necessarily know Columbina or even know what she looks like, because you don't have to do the Columbina commission where Ino meets Columbina to do this quest. They're entirely separated. We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived. Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It escalated so quickly we had no choice but to step in. Kutar, can you shed any light on this situation? Whenever I see that, I just think of the Freak Tar meme where it's Columbina just with her tongue out, making a just... Never mind. Kutar, cross-checking database, I see. So you're the one that the Frostmoon Suns refer to as the Moon Goddess. But again, if you do that Columbina commission, and Nefer meets her and presumably gets that knowledge already, so you would think the dialogue would adjust, but I guess not. Wait, she's the moon goddess. Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues. And the same sort of thing happens in that Columbina commission, so just... okay. Same kind of dialogue. Okay, okay. Either way, they're pulling something very similar to what they did with the Inazuma Archon Quest, in that the Rerir fight is apparently going to be repurposed as the second weekly boss, whereas the first weekly boss is apparently going to be Dottore if leakers are anywhere near accurate, which, I don't know. We don't have real leakers anymore because they all got purged, but there are many reasons why people might worship the moon and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. See this dynamic glimmering on her blindfold. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. Since he haunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I'm a target. Freaktar. There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. That could be his way of taking revenge. I did not see that Fallout 4 got an anniversary edition. By the way, another settlement needs your help. It is also possible that he covets the moon power inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. It is really, really funny that they named Preston Garvey, presumably after Marcus Garvey. Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially since Marcus Garvey's whole thing was, you know, back to Africa Afro-pessimism, which is not especially progressive. It is also possible he comes to moon power inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But right now, devising a counter strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%. Let me see. Yeah, because let me see this here. I mean, because in the end, Garvey and Garveyism, as it's called, was just another kind of ethnic separatism to the point that they literally found common cause with the KKK. Which, I mean, with friends like these. But right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%. A counter-strategy, but we don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Oh, y'all, what do we do? Surely our only option is to run. He's not going to chase us to the end of the world, right? So long as we can sneak out of Nod-Krai undetected. No, I can't say that. Come on, Jahoda, this is serious stuff. You can't suggest we all just chicken out. It is funny how cowardly she is, and how unlucky she is. Again, she's coming next patch, and she is a side grade, or honestly minor downgrade even, to base Sucrose at C6 for Nod-Krai teams only. And to be fair, Sucrose is good, and very useful in her niche. But there isn't really in a case where I can really think of where you would both want to use Sucrose on a team, have that not be, say, a Flynn's team, and then need to use Jahoda as a result. Because the only Nod-Krai team that could really use either Sucrose or Jahoda is just a Flynn's team anyway. Running is our only option, huh? You seem surprised, but what other choice do we have? We're facing an enemy we cannot possibly defeat in battle. She is very coolly rational. It's fun. Well, I mean, yeah, but still. She was not expecting agreement. It's not too late, I can distract him, so you'll have plenty of time to make your escape. Surprisingly selfless. Huh. Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait? Weirdest fishing rod ever. Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. Okay, but what about you? A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while howling at the moon. It's weird that they said coyote here, because in the Japanese they just said wolf, which makes more sense anyway. Da-da-da. What is it, Lama? The Frostmoon Signs have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. Our presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay. Again, I presume... Well, not just presume, but that's entirely what Nefer's quest is about, so I presume, again, whole deal with Columbina is going to be out getting her to consider Nod-Krai as her home. Instead of, you know, the moon. Can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style. Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Yurusanaya. Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself. We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. The talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking, but suffice to say that we are friends and friends look out for one another. How nice. Rerir's true objective remains unclear, even if we were to sacrifice Miss Rerir. There's no guarantee he would stop. Running away won't solve anything. We stand and fight no matter what. But... Rerir, I know why you left the Frostmoon Signs so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, then expect you to perform miracles for them as if that were their entitlement. Well, actually, she likes bread, so what can I say? If I were me, I might have walked away too, but I believe that time can change everything. That sometimes it takes losing something precious to appreciate its true worth. You can see the statue there in the background, that last shot. After much reflection, I've realized that this is never about whether the Frostmoon Signs need you. They love you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay not out of obligation, but as part of our family. Exactly. Get her to consider Nod-Krai as a home. You were born here and now you've returned. Who knows, perhaps it was the moonlight that guided you home. Wishful thinking. Da-da-da. Thank you, well, but my power's on the wane. Afraid I will be of little use to you now. We'll find a way. It's our turn to help you now. Very well then, I'll do as you say. That's the end of that line. She is so slow. Let me just see. Voice in Japanese is... Nobody I really recognize. Well, whatever. Again, this seems to be one of the... kind of more... well, just nothing I really recognize. But they've started casting people who aren't as particularly notable and having that be their start, I suppose. It is interesting to see who they bring in who's big and who they bring in who isn't really as big. Well, it doesn't mean much to me, but she's apparently the no-name assassin from Fate's Strange Fake. That's actually something meaningful to me, kinda. Though at times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the Rerir? It is, but I find it very draining. Barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. It's probably got some connection to teleport waypoints. When are we going to get that lore? And why only we can use it? Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling, like a weight cut out from its source slowly shrinking away. Now it is almost run dry. It's right, we presumably also have to sort of synchronize her with Tibat's ley lines. Maybe. What do you mean, rejected by the world? The three moons belong to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being, the dragons. From the moment I was born, the world itself of Celestia has been steadily sapping away at my strength. That's why we need the moon marrow to borrow the eternal moon's power. And again, presumably, if I recall correctly, the dragons created the moons, and the art of moon forging. So we need the moon marrow to borrow the eternal moon's power. The three moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the frost moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Again, it's eternal frost moon and iridescent moon. Yet moonlight is a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing moon power from the eternal moon's marrow. I had to basically translate it. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. Well, we could find that we got cut off. Roar, wild hunts roar. Time to fight, it's the wild hunt. Yeah, I guess. Well, even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later. Let's see, all those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here. To cut through. Quests involved and hidden in the shadows. Wild Hunt has your scent. Hunter of the Moon will soon appear, and it's entirely a trial team. Interesting, I guess. Okay, let's handle this. Alright, that wasn't too important. Just keep coming, this is driving me nuts. Once this gauge is full, he shows up. This is actually kind of a trick. There's closing in on us, we need to pick up the pace. Yeah, we can't actually break out, it's a trick. And then we can't fall back on obvious help to escape. This goes on much longer. Okay, still there. Okay, let's see, and this is a Constellation Twin, so you can get more burst off, actually. Quite strong. So, yeah, there's no way to actually break out. It's entirely just cutscene. I guess we can see how many we can take on before they stop us. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of spamming Quinz's burst. We've actually run out of stamina, just dashing around, whatever. Cool. This is all it is. We're just stalling until Rerir decides to show up. And it... Llama would not really be good to use here. That's just going to stop the Lunar Charge from working. Okay, well... I think Arla is probably going to be showing up soon. I like that they gave him a special emblem. It's fun. Yep, yeah. Cutscene time. Yay! Let's just fight until he decides to show up. Yay! Oh look, another cutscene. Well, this one is just in Indian. Varka! Who else has Wolf's Greatstone? Yeah, what if it was actually just Razor? Cool guys don't look at the Wild Hunt. They finally added a new model type. It would be funny if he just wasn't actually playable and they did a second Capitano chair. I would not like that. But it would be kind of funny. He's got a monster and animo vision. It's the matter bit off more than you could chew. Who the? It is funny how he makes Flins look like a twig. Who are you? Uncle Varka, you're back from Amsvartnir. Which I believe is... They should be adding all of the northern islands of Nod-Krai in 6.3, apparently. At the very least, the Wild Hunt, Screwed Up Mountain, and the Lightkeeper Pyramid. Yeah, little triumphant theme there. Bit of a march. Wonder if that's going to be anything connected to his trailer theme, but still. Well, you're Varka, Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. If you couldn't tell. We can save the interest for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me, I know somewhere you'll be safe. And he, notably, his Japanese voice actor is old Joseph Joestar, as well as Geisha from Fate. Let me just check. As old and young. So voice actor is... Oh, no! Young Joseph is Sugita Tomokazu. Okay, that's right. Never mind. It's a young Joseph. Okay. To be fair, I read rather than watched JoJo, but regardless. Oh, is that what I think it is? The bar. That's the one. Come on, move. There's no time to waste. Peek. The Varka is real. Oh, it's a... No, it's a base of sorts. Well, where are we? It's so well hidden. This looks to be near the craft shop. Oh, well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nod-Krai. They contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network, which is something that was mentioned in Diluc's character story when he did his trip into Snezhnaya. Visionless, too. I guess it's... It is stated, I forget precisely where, that vision wielders do have more physical abilities and durability than normal humans once they get a vision, and it's... I guess it's a question of whether... So the vision isn't required to have on them to use elements, but... I guess it's a question of whether their physical strength boost is gone if they don't have the vision. I would imagine that that stays, but still. So not as impressive. Diluc's still a jobber. Yeah, but I do believe that Nefer was created in part to fill out that character story and be the sort of head of the network who bailed Diluc out. And of course, that's 5 years old lore. People were saying, oh yeah, so they had the idea for Nefer 5 years ago. No, they did not. They had an empty space and realized Nefer could fill it. That is very different. AKA the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nod-Krai, but they've got contacts in every nation. It's the curatorium of secrets. I know. They're going to keep this game going as long as they can keep money off it. They're not going to end it unless they stop making money off it. And I think it will be a very, very long time before that happens. As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally it's secure. It is. Maybe I should turn off that time zone thing. Though, I mean, it's not exactly hard to know that I'm in EST. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nod-Krai should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Because you've been ditching us for years. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, and those are two very different things. But it's... Oh, goodness. Dragon of the South... Wolf of the East? Falcon of the East, Wolf of the West, and then... Oh, let me see. The Four Winds of Onset. It has been many years since that has been relevant to me in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, that's Dragon of the East, Wolf of the North, which is Varka as the Knight of Boreas, Lion of the South, and which is the Grandmaster, so he's at least 2 of the 4. And Falcon of the West is the Knights of Favonius collection, collectively, so he's kind of 3 out of the 4, which is amusing. But Oh, it is interesting that we still don't have a Temple of the Dragon. And I would need to go back, and the wiki doesn't really talk about it. But I missed that dialogue, I think. But during the Anapausis quest in Fontaine, I believe they mentioned very specifically the fact that there are only 3 temples in Mondstadt, despite 4 wins, and we still don't have a Temple of the Dragon. Which, on the map, let me see if it's mentioned anywhere. 4 wins. Is it gonna be there? Mentioning 4. I swear I saw it. It might have been in a different quest, but more or less. I'll show it on the map in a minute, but hell, we've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming. You look way younger than Paimon expected, but you definitely have that Grandmaster vibe. A little younger, I guess. Oh, well, I'm no spring chicken, just not showing my age yet. It is funny that they actually gave him nostrils. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Respect from Amsvartnir, which is one of the northern islands, without a wink of sleep. Only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac. Another you mean you fought him before. At the end of last patch's Archon Quest, you did have, near the end, Rerir encountering Varka, but we did not see anything past their initial dialogue. Yep, he wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. Brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off. Presumably that's what happened at the end. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it, but still it wasn't enough to stop him. Your next line is, I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative, because in his past life he was an assassin. So I decided to come find you, and as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest you already know. Sono ato no koto shite ne tori da, it's as you know. What happened after? Is that why he's been frantically absorbing moon power these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat. Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm still sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something. Note to self. Note to self, Varka's strength rating officially upgraded. Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So what exactly has been happening in Nod-Krai? Why has the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form, and why is it after you? That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick. Anna brings Varka up to speed about what happened before. Well, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. Okay, and what have you been doing? And again, the map we see is just of the 3 initial islands. Nothing about Amsvartnir because they don't want to commit to a map appearance for it before they put it out. It is kind of interesting that the expedition maps never get updated to match additional locations added and still have placeholder terrain, but not that anyone really cares about that. So the Freak Tomer is actually a Fatui Harbinger, and all this Wild Hunt activity in Nod-Krai is the work of the Hunter of the Moon, one of the 5 sinners, well, a former Harbinger. It is interesting that we still have not gotten a Harbinger introduction placard for Columbina, and I guess we might never. I still kind of expect her to, if not betray us, at least maybe temporarily align more closely with the Fatui. Especially since, again, if the whole conflict in Nod-Krai about her character is about getting her to consider Nod-Krai as a home and not abandon it, I guess it would make sense for her to maybe, if Jahoda is meant to be the main antagonist, maybe well, in addition to Rerir, but not really teaming up with him, it would make some sense for Columbina to maybe get sucked in by a tutorial saying, oh yeah, fight for me and I can get you back to the moon or something. I don't know. It's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all. Truly sorry, Varka-san. You stood with us against a wild hunt, did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. Then the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone. Oops. People joked about that when they thought she was the unknown god. If Paimon is Asmodee, and I think she probably is, the operating theory most people have, their conjecture, is that Asmodee, as in the unknown god at the start, was not actually trying to kill us or anything, but trying to keep the Traveler in Teyvat so that the Traveler would eventually replace the Heavenly Principles for her. It's pretty clear that pretty much everyone other than Renova is not a particularly big fan of Phanes. And even Renova is more just neutral and just carrying out the rules maybe a little more specifically than the others. But nothing the Shades have ever done has really indicated that they like or particularly agree with the Heavenly Principles, more that they're some extent bound to obey them. I think, and a lot of people think that, again, whether it was initially intended or not, who knows, that whether Paimon knows or not, or, again, Paimon probably has some connection to Asmodee, judging by the trailer, where Asmodee is stated to have a new master. There are visual similarities. And, again, I would imagine that Asmodee probably kept the Travelers into that, not as a way to neutralize them, because if you want them neutralized, you just get them gone. Excuse me, you just send them away. But keeping them into that because she wants them into that, probably to replace the Heavenly Principles for her. Because Fane sucks. You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonshinsu. You can point 100 steps ahead and still slip up, that's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds, you can't predict which way the wind will blow next. I mean, what do you mean? She gets lots of food and money and doesn't have to do any fighting. She can even float. I don't imagine she'll betray us. I think we might get Asmodee as playable Paimon. Maybe. Though, to be fair, if we ever got playable Paimon, and I would like playable Paimon to be, you know, Paimon, but still. And to be... Amber can't betray us. Amber would have to be relevant to betray us. That's not happening. Amber does not have enough character to have enough motivation to betray anybody. And to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable's come into play, fate may well take a different course. The Traveler, the exception. I don't know if I told you, but I picked up the game literally for Amber, and then I realized she sucked, and then I kept playing anyway. A new variable, you mean us? Hey, who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. She's got to have a weak point somewhere, which becomes the Wild Hunt's weak point as a result. That said, while I know was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Flynn's added caught my attention. You mean about our mystery ally? That's right, from what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key finds, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal moon-powered blast. So was that Columbina, or somebody else? I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Columbina doesn't have a clue. So she wasn't playing coy. Some people think that was probably Nicole, actually, of the Hecton Circle. I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me? Yeah, so she wasn't involved. Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nod-Krai Lightkeeper's Field Journal, and Moon Power Survey. Oh, no, still doesn't ring a bell. Again, presumably Nicole. Huh, another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Varka was because we had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. I will say, this is a good deal similar to how in 5.1, despite only 3 of the 6 trunks being in the game, there were supposedly involved all of them, which was more than a little silly. And, you know, you would have these little pop-ups coming from literally off of the map and saying, oh, stuff is going on here. You can't go there, but it's going on there. Sorry. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. Don't know who was behind it, but clearly it served its purpose. To be fair, it is generally believed, I don't know how much of it is actual internal information, that not one schedule was delayed as, you know, year-long ripples of coronavirus. And originally, Nightwind and Flower Feather were meant to be added in 5.1, though to be fair, that's probably just speculation because of comparison to the Fontaine and Samaria release schedule, though to be fair, that's as good a connection as any. Especially since Nightwind ended up getting fewer maps than any other region, presumably because of delays. Red herring, don't know who's behind it, served its purpose, doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. From everything you've told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return, so maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Hunter of the Moon and Nod-Krai of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence. And again, the Abyss, separate from the Abyss Order, does have some degree of consciousness of its own. Though the Wild Hunt is... I mean, the Sinners are also separate from even that to an extent. Just using its power. So what do we do now? Got any ideas? Right now we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nod-Krai's fighting force is already gathered here. I mean, even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing. What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own? The moon there. Probably. How so? どういうことだ? Have you thought of something Columbina? 3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest, the Frost Moon was the brightest, the Iridescent Moon was the most mysterious. Okay, I really need to take a quick bathroom break, otherwise I will explode. I'll be right back. It wouldn't be pretty. I didn't explode. I did not explode. I did that so I wouldn't explode. But I just drank a lot of water this morning, which is good, but leads to things. They say that back then the three moon goddesses wielded immense power, enough to shape the workings of the world itself. Kyodai no chikara. I now bear the Frostmoon's power, and the Eternal Moon's merit resides within the Traveler. And by process of elimination, iridescent should be crimson, and that's basically Orlikino. Hold on, are you suggesting? The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle. Kogetsu. Which... I think that's kind of the pun, that Kogetsu could be either iridescent moon, sort of light moon, shining moon, could also be crimson moon. In terms of the reading, it's kind of a pun in Chinese and Japanese. Okay, which one? Which one? At least 3 different games have called themselves that and failed, really. People are saying Duet Night Abyss is that, when really it's just Anime Warframe, which is interesting, but it's also apparently very unpolished. That's right, if we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly. The 3 moons are said to stir the tides because it's... I mean, here's the thing, is that, like, you play a bunch of games because you like free stuff and gambling. I mean, it's the joke of a man who writes 1 sonnet for a woman loves that woman. A man who writes 100 sonnets for a woman loves sonnets. There are some people who play it because they like free stuff and gambling. Duet Night Abyss does not have gambling, but it's got free stuff and is anime. Which would be interesting, except apparently it's really unpolished and glitchy and sucks, which is sad because I played a bit of Warframe for basically a week when it was put on Switch many years ago, because it was new on Switch, and I enjoyed it. I just didn't have the time for live service games at the time, because I was still in high school, but... I mean, yeah. I mean, in the end, there are games with gacha mechanics that I will play and enjoy, but I will not pretend for a moment that it makes the game better. The fact that Duet Night Abyss is apparently, though I wonder how long they'll be able to sustain that, the monetization is all in cosmetics and probably passes. I haven't looked at that much into it. Well, also, you're able to infinitely fly through a physics exploit. I saw that. Is interesting. I like that. I enjoy a good bit of grind. But, again, the question is how sustainable the business model could be. Yeah, exactly. The monetization is all about cosmetics. And maybe some kind of VIP pass. I've not looked into that game, but... The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding. I mean, just the fact that the Calamity Queller can be found in-world in Shenyu Vale, but you can't pick it up there because that's not how you get weapons in this game. Well, the thing about Nikki, well, it's also just different. I think it'll probably end up coalescing around a sort of MMO-style subscription model. I think that would be reasonable. That's a reasonable way for a live service game to work. There's a reason it's done often. But... And Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. The thing about Infinity Nikki and Love in Deep Space is that paper games in general is... And to be fair, the cosmetics in Nikki give abilities. They are more or less the equivalent to characters in similar games. It's not pure cosmetic. They have gameplay effects. Paper games is just also notoriously money-grubbing because they have such a chokehold on their specific market. You know, literally, without exception, their games are generous for exactly a year, and then they go really hard in the paint for just draining them. draining money and becoming a game where you have to whale not just to win, to get ahead of other players, but to really play it all. And when I say whale, I mean whale. It's egregious. But according to my analysis, this solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the iridescent moon's marrow? I know a way, but we'll need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau. But again, I think it's a pun, because Kogetsu, depending on the characters you derive that pronunciation from, could be either Iridescent Moon or Crimson Moon. Though, to be fair, for the characters making up Crimson Moon, the more normal reading would be Akatsuki. But regardless, the Experimental Design Bureau is saying we need to involve Sandrone. It is interesting, because in Japanese, marionette literally is kairai, and Sandrone is Sandrone, but sometimes they'll switch the instances, and where they say kairai in the Japanese, they'll say Sandrone, or where they say Sandrone in the Japanese, they'll say marionette. It's weird. Everything with the Harbinger's titles is quite weird. Among other things, the fact that Tartaglia as a boss is child instead of Tartaglia. You know, Arlecchino is just Arlecchino, but... Well, to be fair, she's also the knave and Peruere. It's also stupid. Yes, I must speak with Sandrone. It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone. Alright, we'll go with her. Okay. Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow we need to figure out Rerir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Hunter of the Moon. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nod-Krai for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it. It's true, we still know very little about him. If Freaktar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name. How'd she know it? Regardless, but where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen, Nefer of Nod-Krai, has a clue. She has info coming out of her ears. Literally, huh? Oh, that's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines. And you've been watching. Oh, she heard me. You're dead. I do find it kind of funny that Nefer is a DPS, when it would kind of make more sense for her character-wise to be a support, but, well, when has anything ever made sense? What are you doing here? Now asking myself the same question, I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal, but it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind. Ah, details, Miss Nefer. The important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in Yandera's one, attacking all the factions in Nod-Krai, Nasha Town, Frostmoon Scions, Lightkeepers, Fatui. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it would be a tough job to win you over, so I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat. Wait a sec, how did you even hear about this place, Nefer? You probably got told about it. Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden? Well, she is the head of that network, because she runs everything. Yeah, who do you think runs that network? You really think he could have gotten settled in Nod-Krai without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is. You mean you're... Exactly, Diluc's friend. Want me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network? If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I want to see that message board in the curatorium. Dialogue set on the message board. Nefer's current party. The chest and check the finances 3 times. So it's presumably kind of randomized, maybe. I don't know. Stand-in shifts. Stand-in shift. Some kind of minigame? Oh, that's interesting. A lot of things known at the curatorium, but basically there are characters who show up on the board, and it's mostly... Gaming is there for some reason, but it's people here and there. I wonder how they cycle that through and randomize it. Please spare me the flattery, but yep, she does have a dialogue. Well, character dialogue in her menu about Diluc because she was involved. Spare me the flattery, let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Bring Nefer up to speed on what's been happening. Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck. Are you going to help? So you're just going to sit this one out. Well, why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me, Monty? Not dying. What if we told you we can't do this without you? What's in it for you? Lex. Oh, then I'd say you better make it worth my while. I don't work for free. I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and Navarre have been polar opposites in this regard, so I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. Yin and yang. Oh, nice. And what kind of build were they running then? If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair? Let me see. And... yeah, I remember we talked about how BG3 constrains your level pretty strongly. Planescape Torment, which is another old D&D computer RPG, did actually let you get up in higher levels, though to be fair, it's based on 2nd edition rules, which is basically just 1st edition rules with a bit more anyway. So that's D&D and advanced D&D, so to speak. So it's not as game-breaking, but still, yeah. Insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair? You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. You cannot handle my potions, traveler. The riskier the job, the more it will count, and a moonshiner's stipend isn't exactly generous. So your plan is start passing the donation box around among the faithful. Well, maybe. Oh, boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next week paychecks. Okay, what paychecks? Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be leyline fodder by now. I'd be gone for good. Ane-san. An eternal goodbye, and that's what she said in Japanese. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please, I'm begging. Listen to your stupid daughter. Stupid chud daughter who I hate. ... This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They're the hardest debts to repay. Fake IDJ effort. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. It's not very well, Jahoda. I will help, but just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Lies. Flynn's that fragment that Rerir was after. Do you still have it on you? Again, I do find it interesting that Nefer is using the same sort of 2.5 model that Skirk did in between medium and large woman. Of course. Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads. Wait, you actually have some leads. No, she has magic Sumeru powers. Shh, this is top secret information. I get it, we all things would rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, so we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. That brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make her move, so someone will have to stall him. Distraction. Interesting. I'm in for this part no matter what. Anyone coming with? Count me in too. So when are Beto and Durin gonna show up? Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. So they had the mandatory government-mandated Yuri. Now we have the Yaoi. There you go. I'm way ahead of you here. Enough to scan the Moon Goddess's Moon Power signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Cricket Craft Shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Oh, interesting. Didn't know they could do that. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nod-Krai, so as long as the rest of you keep moving, won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you down. You can see her heel clipping through the board on the floor. Oh, the plate, not the board. It's metal, not wood. I like it. Genius idea. No biggie. Oh. Uncle. Fair. So, what are they really at in terms of levels above 12? Did they port D&D abilities in as well? Or, oh, that looks different. Is it because we're in a cutscene? Either way. Sorry. I need to turn that off right now. Or is it just stats? Alright, then we'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others dismissed. What are we actually gonna do? We're going to the bureau. Oh, I can see a bit of a moon pattern superimposed, I think. Curatorium. Craft shop. And the bureau with Bina. It is a cool map. Okay, okay. How did they, if they did, implement Wish? Wait, girl. Wait, and you too. What are you doing at the Moon Power Experimental Design Bureau? Fevronia. Shoujo-sama. Yeah, it's just, her name is literally just, her title is literally just girl, and it is still so funny. We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately, but if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, seriously pressing your luck, don't blame us for doing what we have to. Huh? You really think that's gonna scare us off? We're not looking for any trouble, I just want to see Sandrone. Okay. So does that mean that if you run Wizard that high, all you have really are the extra side abilities which aren't relevant, and then spell slots you can use to upcast Fireball? That's honestly pretty funny. Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Okay. So just not 9th level. Honestly, for most of them, mainly Meteor Swarm, I guess, the main thing would just be the work in making the graphics work. Meteor Swarm's not even good. Out of consideration for our former ties, the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece, but don't even think about trying to get inside One Piece. Sandrone is going to show up, right? I will say, happy for everyone who likes the Sandrone Columbina ship, but it has literally meant that nobody makes Sandrone solo art anymore, and that makes me sad. Well, the thing about Meteor Swarm is that you're meant to use it for multi-targeting in AoE. It's just that in no real situation does DM really give situations where it's actually useful. In that Fate D&D campaign I mentioned, the one PvP encounter I ran had on one side a bunch of NPC wizards who had 9th level spells, so they cast Meteor Swarm, and the only thing that was good, and I had to fudge it, all it was able to do was blow up a house, because it's not actually a good spell. Yeah, but I'm not talking about it just being used. I'm talking being used and being useful. Because to make it really be useful, you would have to run an encounter with enough NPC trash mobs to make the split up AoE actually useful. Useful and also not doing much damage in and of itself to every individual enemy. And DMs understandably don't want to run that, because when you add more enemies, that just makes everything really, really slow down and bogs up the turn order. Let them in. Yep, exactly. Music. But are you going to make me repeat that? No, Karai-sama. Marionette. Sandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day. Maintenance on the robots or maintenance on Sandrone? Hmm. What part of the quest are we on right now? And now that should be maybe the next one in sequence. I don't know. A nation that doesn't exist. Let me check that again. So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? That's interesting, but yeah. They had to totally mess things around to make it even remotely useful, and allow them to literally target enemies in another plane, which is as hackneyed as it sounds. But regardless. Out of the secret base, talk to the mysterious man. That was all part of that cutscene, huh? Yeah. Still. Decent amount of dialogue. Not a crazy amount. It's gonna be the next quest, the 4th one, that's actually the long one, so that's tomorrow's long haul then. Okay. My favorite character. Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything. As in bonus and... Yeah, but still. And I say this as someone who did homebrew rules and called shots. You're diverting heavily from the plan design. If you're going rules as intended and rules as written, Meteor Swarm is just straight ass. Again, it is very interesting how different D&D is played, as 5e is played as compared to how it was designed. But Meteor Swarm is bad even if you play as designed. It's just not a good spell. Got the soon Sandrone. I promise it's nothing big. It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. They really... I think she's the only character who has actually specifically modeled and textured lips. Just crazy. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes. Oh, never mind. You've got them too. They're just not as prominent. Oops. I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Because the Crimson Moon is the iridescent moon. Kogetsu is Kogetsu. Or I guess Kogetsu is Akatsuki. What? Huh, you mean the knave? In the Japanese, term they use is the servant, I believe. I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nod-Krai? I don't know. No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster, Pulcinella, and a Regulator, Pantalone. The only ones in Nod-Krai now are me and... Not mentioning Dottore out of distaste. Oh, what does it need to speak to her about anyway? It is very funny when people say that there's similarities between Sandrone and that they should get and Dottore and that they should get along, when the entire point is that they're exact opposites in that both of them might deal with machinery in some way, but Dottore's whole deal is that he sees biological beings, humans included, as basically machines and wants to manipulate them as machines. And Sandrone specifically has an interest in machine intelligence and basically elevating machines to the level of humanity. So they're operating in entirely opposite directions. But given that Pulcinella has the funny pointy ears, some people believe that Pulcinella is basically a fairy, or a fae, in the same way as Flynn's, which could be interesting. Well, I guess it's not really a settled question whether he'll even be playable, though it would be fun. They'd probably have to give him some sort of morph to make him more conventionally attractive or something. Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon. ... Sandrone seems lost in thought, but she doesn't look surprised. She must know more than she was letting on. I don't understand what Arlecchino has to do with the iridescent moon's marrow. It's Crimson Moon stuff. But at this point, I have no choice but to go on with Columbina's plan. Is that a no, then? We're only doing this to stop Rerir. He is our common enemy. As I need reminding, I was this close to settling things with him, for someone decided to whisk me away to their weird hole and garden. That was not true. You were going to die. Or get scrapped. Again, I think there is a good chance that Sandrone is not actually a robot, despite all the hints and all the things she said, and that it's all red herrings. I think there's a good chance she's just... because she's affiliated with the Narcissan Croats folks from the Fontaine World Quest, and she explicitly names drops them in this Archon Quest later on. It's mentioned that the Sword of Narcissan Croats, its original form, which we kind of get it, but it's not really the real version. Kinda. It's the weapon we get that's kind of a Traveler signature as part of the Fontaine World Quest sequence. And... as I was saying, it can split the body and the soul. And we may somebody something with Marianne's memories. I think there's a good chance that Sandrone is Marianne's body that became immortal via one of the 5 billion ways that humans can become immortal in the setting, and developed its own identity because it had been stripped of its soul. So Marianne's body, at least, Eastern works like to sort of categorize mind, body, and soul as 3 different things. So it's probably, well, it splits the body and the soul. I would say Sandrone is probably Marianne's body and mind, and the Marianne in the ocean to Marianne, the soul, but still. Have you held any tea parties lately? Tea parties, yeah, obviously you don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. But it would literally just be her. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, a bunch of insolent and insensitive guests. Won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy. I bet you serve them the worst tea you have, just like you used to do to me when I upset you. Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. There's Rosalind, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had that plain herbal tea she received as offerings? And that would be Senora. And the girls. You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react? Poisoning? She added thallium. Oh, duh. Why else watching me scorn is practically my only form of entertainment. Sadistic, she did, after all, have someone's tongue cut back in Fontaine. Or is she genuinely trying to introduce Columbina to new flavors? Maybe all that coldness is just an act and they actually get along. More government-mandated Europe. Yeah, and sometimes Capitani used to bring Tartaglia around too, but I guess you won't be seeing him again. Yeah, because they killed him. Oops. Oops. Da da da. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. I do like how she says that. She has a slightly nasal voice. You don't get a lot of those in Japanese. I've said this before, but her voice actress was also for Twilight and FGO, another character I like. Have Favronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice. Pass along a message for me too. If you would, my body cannot contain the mirror of two moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care. Excuse me, who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Yeah, she wants her back. Clearly. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly. But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. Never wanted any part in their grand ambitions. I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days when I was still worshipped as the Moon Goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people, but I see the same greed in their eyes. I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. And so what's your reason to stay? The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return until it was more than you could bear. They wrung her out. That's what they said in Japanese. I get why you left, and frankly I have no interest in dragging you back just because the High-Ups told me to. That was the whole Fatui trying to chase her down before, which presumably Dottore is a bit more engaged in that. But if you keep hanging around with us riffraff, the next time we cross paths we might be enemies for real. Because after all, it was presumably Dottore who sought the Moon Marrow last patch too. She says that, but she's the one who just caved in and agreed to help Columbina. Oh well, I guess it's our cue to leave. Let's go, we better not keep Varka and the others waiting. Oh, that might be your plan, but it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer. And who? Oh, what do you mean? Fighting? Listen. Wild Hunts run. Oh, so we gotta help fight him off, do we? Maybe. Uzurov. Kaidai-san, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility. Oh, another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area, I'll handle this. So this is the cutscene from the start where... Well, from the trailer where all the robots and land cruisers blow up the Wild Hunt. I think they patched it out, but for a while there was a graphical glitch where they didn't remove the teacup, and if you paid attention, you could see it poking through Polonia's hand. Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? Hey, you'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. Really think you can afford to worry about me? I'll handle it. Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I made sure that won't happen again. The entire experimental design bureau is rigged for war. You can hear the excitement in her voice. Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in the weapon system. Just be careful, okay? Don't tell me what to do. Look, if you're leaving, make it quicker or just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. She's such a bitch. I love it.
何があっても知らないわよ。兵器システムのホワイトリストにあなたたちは入っていないからね。
In the Japanese, she said, "You're not on the white list." Da da da. Stir all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party. I know, but thank you anyway, Snezhnaya.
でも、ありがとう、サンドローネ。
I did not let this play out.
お茶会の招待状を出すつもりはないわよ。コロンビーナ。
I don't plan on inviting you again. Oh, this is exactly why I shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on me. Smug face. I think we'll get to... Yep. This is the fight between them. Come on then. Hunter of the Moon, let's pick up where we left off. This is just playing the Fatui fight music for Nod-Krai. It's your wild hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top. So, before the patch came out during the beta, there were various models listed in the files talking about Snezhnaya robots, and people thought they'd be something different, but they were just relabeled land cruisers, of course, as cutscene models, which is interesting. I don't even know if the Dendro and Animo robots show up. Guess I could look up. And you can hear a bit of the Fatui leitmotif in this theme too, which is fun. And fun camera angle, but yeah. Seeing it from different places, that's a land cruiser. Oh, we get to playable Snezhnaya, huh? Bosco number 1. Lock onto target. That's fun. Oh, we just have to blast them all down with the turrets. I was not expecting a shooting gallery in the quest. I'm not complaining. Okay, so we need to take out the ones that are closer, of course. That makes sense. There actually is a health bar here. I mean, this is, of course, just for fun. But it is pretty fun. So do we have to aim for the middle and take out the whole group, or... It does seem that the suppressing fire is doing some damage to them. I wonder what Bosco stands for. Still. Yeah, it was just a matter of time. Shoot them without dying for long enough. Bosco number 2. Prepare to fire. Oh, and this one is a whole cannon. Nice. So we can knock them back and prevent them from getting close to us. That's meaningful. So this one can't be held down at all. You can actually fire pretty fast, but you can't hold it down at all. Okay, reasonable. Camera's annoying without recoil, though. Still. You imagine... I do wonder if the health bar mechanics are going down under the hood in this sequence. Because again, you've got to put them in the gray state before you can actually get anywhere close to killing them and reducing their max HP. Yeah, this is just survive for long enough, presumably. Still. Or maybe just kill a certain number. I don't know. I'm sure someone's figured it out. Now we got a sniper. Keep them pinned down, don't let them get near. Actually playing as a robot, really. Nothing if we shoot the land cruiser. Okay. Could they even really get close to us while we're up on this vantage point? Bosco number 9. Okay, so they're basically named land cruisers. Interesting. What just hit me? Well, regardless. Shots are actually kind of tough to make. Reminds me that the game does technically have a headshot mechanic that has not been relevant in years. Unfortunately, 42. Fortunately did not understand that. It's interesting to see, they seem to be capturing less and less. More tenacious than I thought. Whatever, this is where the real fun begins. They've definitely mixed up the gameplay a bit more. I wonder if it's in part because of everything they had to build for Miliastro Borderlands. This last patch we had... Oh, we can't shoot that one. We can't angle far enough. We had Flappy Brigida. We had the... Don't worry, once it's over, put you all back together again, I promise. Sort of Luigi's Mansion with the lantern. Now we got the shooting gallery, and what else? I guess the Rerir boss fight might count, because I know it's got parry mechanics, so it's pretty cool. I don't imagine that'll be in his weekly version, but regardless, warning, this machine is severely damaged from its own shooting, finally. Oh, and he's there. Can we shoot him? Hunter of the Moon himself, time 2. He disappeared. He's gonna... Oh, where'd he go? He's gonna come and cut it. Uh-oh. Jump scare. Yep. Grabbed it outright. Oh, that was cool. Rerir ore farming. I really do wonder what a playable Rerir might be like, because he did get a playable character style intro card on the Genshin Zitter. Hello. Got a little closer. Ponia, get him. Guoba, get them. I've upgraded Ponia again since our last encounter. Uploaded every last scrap of your data. Let's finish this once and for... He's just gonna teleport inside, isn't he? She's not here. Oh, he was just tracking down Columbina and failing, of course. Where did she go? Not interested. Hey, over here, you big. Listen to me. Cursed moon. Go keep searching. She cannot have gotten far. That single-mindedness is crazy. Give pursuit, and it's not gonna work. Just block it, yeah. Oops. Now we're at the Curatorium, where we're going to get to. This is the Nefer story quest. Isn't that great? And now we can get into the back room, finally. Which is where the money is, too. And it's even more Sumeru than the rest. Is that Spirit Borneal? It's definitely not. Is it? So this is your method for investigating... That is the meditative incense that was relevant in the Sumeru Archon Quest, and then also Emily's story quest. Rerir's Pass almost looks like some kind of ceremony. Good deduction, but it's a quite different affair from what you're used to at the Frostmoon Scions. Well, first time I've ever been in here. Ane-san always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon, but it's actually kinda nice. See something. Treasure box. Let me see. Behind the counter. The fine. Nefer and Jahoda. So presumably Nefer is going... Jahoda is going to have different dialogue for... Jahoda is going to have different dialogue for opening the treasure chest, but I wonder if she'll have her own ability to get more, or just different dialogue for the same aura. Creepy dungeon, actually kind of nice. Oh, I guess this must be Samira Decor. That's where Ane-san is from. That nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass. Oh no, not Dory. So it probably doesn't even work, does it? I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin? Whenever we wish, but for some reason I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rerir myself. From what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. Well, you're also kind of the second best DPS in the game right now, so don't worry too much. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman, and that is also not true. Our paths should never have crossed it. Here I am, forced to make an enemy of him. Cards close to your chest. If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet. Snakes are cold-blooded. Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. Should be the power of Thoth, which is a Temple of Silence thing, I believe. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control. Can't believe Nefer dies this patch. Right when she became playable. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left. Oh, come on, lighten up. Quit talking about death, it's bad luck. And who would know anything about bad luck but Jahoda? For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rerir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. It is funny how Jahoda has a magnet motif, and then her kit just doesn't actually do anything like that. Is there anything I can do to help? That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Attempt to cash in a precious favor. In saving for a rainy day, Jahoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner, the better. Dory? As fast as you can. Dekiru dake hayaku. Find who? That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day. Yep, it's Dory. Come on, Nissa, you're pulling my wig again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person. Well, that's kind of exactly it. Well... Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Cartoon noise. A few moments later... Panting, quit dragging me. I genuinely can't run any further. She got carried here? She deserves it for sucking yesterday in TCG. Apparently the Japanese voice actress for Dory was told to tune it down a little from now on in terms of the ad-lib. But from what I can tell, it wasn't that much. Hey, aren't you? What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. Oh, and they're playing the Ormos theme. That's fun. They've honestly gotten really good with sound design lately, too. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us, but instead she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee. You have no standards. Dory Sangama Bay. Never would have pictured you two doing business together. So I guess that is kind of her last name. I didn't even really think about that. But yeah, that is just actually her last name. I mean, I know she was called Lord that, but I kind of thought of that more as a title than a name. If I would have pictured you two doing business together, well, If you want to make it big in Nod-Krai, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. She also did me a big favor in the past. It was back when I first arrived in Nod-Krai, my trusty assistant and the genie in my lamp. An adverse reaction to the moon power and fainted. Though given the way they both were, I wouldn't be surprised if Nefer somehow orchestrated that. And wouldn't you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life or death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. Yeah, she definitely set that up, didn't she? I've been giving her a 30% discount of all my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm going to extend a 20% discount to all your friends of Nefer. In Japanese, she said Ona-sama, basically the great woman. This is cute. The Dory wink. Plus, any other friends who send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great word sang of the day is nothing if not generous. She would probably just negate that by jacking up the price and then discounting it. There are laws in America, at least, against permanent discount. So let me guess you've run into some trouble and have got everything you could possibly need, and the more you buy, the more you'll save. It's probably not even anything she'll make money off of. I hope. She deserves nothing. I do hope she gets some good buffs eventually. You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival? In what sense? I have the one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs. A jetpack? Jetpack joyride. An ancient suit of armor dredged up from the bottom of the sea. Is that the Ormos Sea or Fontaine? And again, we still don't have Sumeru's south coastline, and we heard years ago that there are sea monsters by Ormos. Nothing on that. At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious. What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees? Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything like that in stock right now. I'll have to ask my supplier. Okay. Fire suppression. Let me see. Supplier. Your supplier, and that would be Alice. A powerful woman, make no mistake, I can't reveal her identity. Luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Nod-Krai in the near future. Affiliated with Dory, Skirk, and Aloy. I remember back when they still did collected miscellany, which they don't anymore. It was Alice narrating Aloy's. Because, of course, it wouldn't make much sense for Dainsley to really know much about her, if anything, but... Because Alice, of course, is an Outworlder. But, as I was saying... Oh, goodness. I forget whether Alice narrated Dory's collected miscellany. Let me just check. Collected miscellany. And that's... Yeah, it is Alice. And Dory was actually mentioned in Aloy's as Sangama Bay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, Alice to Dory's and Aloy's. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be, though. Then let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Go over and serve yourself up on a silver platter. Are we going to eat Dory? Unpleasant. Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which, hold on, what exactly are you getting at? No, this is for my personal use only. Invisibility brooch to run away? Let's just say I'm borrowing it, alright, just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. And if you don't give it over, she'll just beat you up. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. Win-win situation, don't you think? Again, she is kind of just a competent Dory, which is fun. Or more competent Dory. Fine, you can borrow it for 5 days, and you'll make that 3. For every extra hour after that, I'm charging you $1 million more. Deal. And what is this going to do specifically? Deal. Mochiron, of course. So, what a way to start the day. Now, is there anything else you wanted, or can I go back to bed now? Get out of here. See ya. She definitely has one of the most entertaining voice jobs in the game. That will be all. Take care now. Don't trip up on your way back, friend. See you later. You're my favorite shopkeeper. She's so stupid. Excellent, everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. See many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened and don't make a sound. After laying down the ground rules for everyone who will be joining the trip as a follower, Nefer starts the ceremony. Now then, let us peer into the Hunter of the Moon's past. Got this funny Deshret technology box. Now it's time. Conria, I made it. Now you're holding a Senate chess piece. I don't recognize the style of architecture, must be Conrian. A process of elimination. Also kind of Enconomia. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more ordinary house than I might have expected. Because he was normal. Looks like the fearsome Hunter of the Moon came from surprisingly humble beginnings. Unless this passed for luxury in Conria, unlikely it was said to be a very prosperous nation in its heyday. They're using stone tablets, just as they did in Enconomia. I wonder which got inspiration from the other, though both are presumably just doing unified human civilization stuff from before Enconomia even sunk into the ocean. Anyway, I'll keep exploring. Special operation. Investigate the note on the table. Grand Master Varka has returned from Varnir and helped to devise a battle plan to face the Hunter of the Moon. The people of Nod-Krai must unite as never before. And we can't go in. Oh. Keep calm and carry on. Why is Farazan British? Regardless. And that... Insight rewards. Because it's, again, a story quest, but not. I believe that's gonna be... No, actually. Echoes of Fate. Yeah, we do have to complete the second quest to get her rewards. Interesting. Okay. Alright. It's not like with last patch where the first one was llamas and the second Flynn's. The howling coyotes, well, wolves probably, seek the moon's fading trail while shadows hang heavy upon every heart. Ancient memories do surface before our eyes, that's what's happening right now, and the riddles left by history still drive countless souls to struggle onward in the torrent of fate. This is not Fate, though. Different game. Can't jump, can't get out of here, but we can see a bit into Conria. Doesn't really look all that underground. R3, you got Night Sky, Damage Boost, and yeah, Veil of Falsehood. Okay. Same as normal, and this is but... Oh! We can try going through the door, huh? It's a weird gate. Funny purple flower. We were able to actually leave through. Interesting. Of course I gotta go back, but... Okay. Can't go that way quite yet, but we can go out into this hallway and take a peek at other very angular Conria buildings. Very tall and very angular. It's automatic, but yeah, what a tall and skinny door. You can check that. A few storage boxes sit next to the cabinet. Everything in sight is neatly organized. Whoever lives here seems to be enjoying a pretty comfortable life. It says stone bed. Can't even jump right now. Comfortable but not crazy and... Aha! Right here, oh, it's Kire Kodomine from Fate. And just checking, we look in the mirror and it's Rerir, who is just a guy. Apparently this mirror, even outside of this context, broke every single cosmetic mod in the game because of things that had to change in the lighting and modeling engine to make that work. Which is amusing in an awful kind of way. A note. A handwritten note. Hi, Rerir. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu. And that's Rerir's wife, Delindis. It is very funny that they've got kebabs in Conria. Because it's basically Norway plus Turkey as a result. And... also shed some interesting light on the fact that Kaya's signature food is a skewer. I mean a kebab. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime. P.S. New stats from the Universitas Magistrorum. Got some goodies home, a few teacups, and a pen rack. Hope you like them. And that was the Conrian University that was observing the travelers. According to one of the name cards. They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close. Sounds like they were living together. This bed is not big enough for two people, honestly. Read Rerir's diary. Read Rerir's diary. Journal on the table. I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. The waitress was tied up with something and couldn't make it. This is just a normal Rerir voice. I do wonder if he... I wonder if this is the same voice actor. Wiki does not... Wiki does not say that he had any kind of special voice actor for what's different. Interesting. Let me see something. Lots of phases. Charge meter. Can't parry, but can generate a shield. Then eventually you turn to Nefer. Okay. Alright. Okay. But there's a QTE in the Rerir fight. Yeah, you got Rerir, Thalindus, and then just Joseph. You can tell who's important. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. Then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go. Maybe normal, for better or worse. Thalindus, that's the same name Rerir mentioned. Grain imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Probably why they like kebabs so much. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't start out as a lab-grown variety. I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Seriously, why do you even eat something like that? I wonder if those might be the star shrooms from the Chasm and Samara, maybe? I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy, that just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat. It's probably made by Rondodur then. Maybe. Grain has to be imported and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conry is underground so it doesn't get much sunlight? Presumably. If any sunlight at all. That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. Well, it's pretty much all stone. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many options when it comes to diet. I'm just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe. Making a big purchase, I wonder what it is. A wedding ring. Probably. Most of what's written in the diary are the mundane details of everyday life. It's clear that the author was an ordinary Conrian, or at least that they were passing themselves off as one. The author's handwriting doesn't reveal anything. It's neither showy nor stiff. In fact, it doesn't really leave any particular impression. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his tracks. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Near the end of the diary, you notice a page with a shallow indentation along the bottom. The previous page has been torn out. For now, its contents remain a mystery. Did Rerir rip it out himself? But pen marks like these leave a trace. With something like charcoal to add some color, you just need to find the right angle. When Nefer looks around, she sees a fine charcoal pencil on the desk before long she has restored the missing words. Compared with the forgettable handwriting from before, these lines have been scrawled in a rougher, more haphazard way, as if the person who wrote them was in an emotional state. Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool. Oh, it's a love letter. Cute. The burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled. A windless land, Mare Javari. It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away. They could still beat to the rhythm of love. They died because they were straight. This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why would he go to the trouble of hiding that? The burial place of a fallen moon. Okay, this line is long. That pause is long too. I hear that. Yeah, there are two separate long pauses. And this is when we go out through the hall and we can no longer check that set of arranged material, huh? Dainsleif, Rerir over here. Oh, it's Dainsleif. Normal Rerir. Dane, Owen, Vetter, Fulnir. What a surprise to see you here, sir. Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court. And that... Well, of course, they're off-screen, which... Again, presumably this would have been Dainsleif before he got his funny scars, so... He doesn't get much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right? Huh? Well, I'm flattered. So, what are we discussing today? So, Skirk's character story suggests that the abyssal power is split into 6 portions, even though there are 5 sinners, which, of course... most people state and suggest that that means Dainsleif is a 6th sinner who just is very hush-hush about it. Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks. Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say we're about to pop the big question? How's that coming along? Yep. Love confession. Hey, who would have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip? It makes sense. I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all. Da-da-da. Yeah, if you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either. So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her. This big stone sword is just stuck on the table, so presumably these are, you know, ruins. Probably was a bit more kept up in the actual day, but still. Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point, but I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I have no idea how she'll take it. Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard had quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know? Sort of a branch motif, or maybe coral, but it's... Would they have been using stone weapons? Similar things were in Columbina. Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been? Why he got all this eyeshadow though? Eyebrows on fleek. Me, same old, nothing much to... Huh? Meetin', huh? What's up, better full there? It's nothing. Probably just predicted something. Da-da-da. Better full there, Dainsleif elder brother, renowned throughout the court of Connery as the Visionary. Said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary man. Which, again... At least for some of the sinners, they got their titles even before they became the sinners. And yet, despite the gulf between us, seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another with the Vinster King's blades? What'd they say in the Japanese for that title? Kokuo. The Black King, okay. Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with what we were talking about? Brown curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So that's what Rerir looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal, no different from anyone else. Like all the sinners who were silly main characters. You get to be an NPC. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be. Continue to observe Rerir's memories. So will that courtyard door open now? So we went through here. Oh, now we can jump and attack. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe a little ominous. I wonder what kind of enemies would attack us here, if any. I don't think there are any do, though. Probably Rift Hounds, or maybe Wild Hunt. Though to be fair, that's more Nod-Krai than Conria. Oh, we can't jump there. It's at some point in here, and well, they took. This is where this threshold is where we go from being able to jump and run to not being able to. There's a bit of a no man's land where it won't switch you, and this is where it gives you jump. This is where it takes it away. And the area in between, it won't take it away or grip it. You have to cross that threshold. Yeah, and if we hadn't looked in the mirror before, now we have to. Yay. Oh, look, it's just like... Oh, and his wife. Just like the Carbert quest. Notice you're back early. Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got up earlier than usual. How's your day? What does she do? Oh, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again? Da-da-da. Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work. Isn't that a good thing? Da-da-da. Marriage. Vetterfilner showed up today too, you know, Dane's older brother. Oh, Mr. Vetterfilner. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true. He overheard Dane's mention that I recently proposed. Seemed to have an issue with it, but I asked what it was. He kept it to himself. Because it's probably what leads to him, of course, becoming crazy and obsessed. So you're worried you can be such a child sometimes, right? Maru kodomo mitai ne. We're nobodies. Why would the visionary be concerned about us? Exactly. Out of the sinners, Rerir is kind of just a random suck-ass loser who just got power anyway. And for someone in his position, is much bigger fish to fry. Huh? Maybe you're right. ... You worry too much, Rerir. We've been together for ages now, and everything's going so well. Is it not? You even proposed to me. Propose? Ah, so you do remember? Tell me then, what's your answer? Like I said, I need some time to decide. We can't just rush into things like this. You may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we still got to plan ahead. Alright, take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Oh yeah, she's just a normal height, and then you've got this tree. Nobody, sounds about right in the eyes of people like Vetterfilner and Dainsleif. What do we matter? Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on the far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whenever I do, it won't make much difference. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research on the abyss, presumably in the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline. Our Wakino moment grows ever more intense. What was that? How did they say Crimson Moon here? It's Sekigetsu. That's one way to pronounce it, yeah. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. I'm under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies. Oops, not the genocide. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. And the king has never even considered a gentler approach, and he never will. Uh-oh. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Oh, it's a generic knife. You know, if Rosaria Kit Tweak, they give Venti new animations. Though, yeah, I don't know if they'd ever do that for a 4-star, but Venti just got new animations, because now he has an Animo infusion on Burst. Be cool to let Rosaria use her knives in some capacity, maybe. Just sitting there. Same with Heizo and his Jite. Tholindis, I'm a killer. Sai, it's nothing, you were right, fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a grudge against us either. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come. So you just need to say positive, Rerir. I can feel your warmth, your breath, your right there, right by my side. And then she gets moon dead. Oops. Wonder who her voice is. Yeah, nobody important. Really. She was in Lazarus, which is that one, the new show that the Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo guy made, Watanabe, that apparently isn't very good. But yeah, it's no Wikipedia, unlike even Rerir's. Huh. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain, and that's something no one could ever take away from me. So smile my way, let's let go of that frown. Huh. That's gonna be... Yeah, Rerir was, among other things, Twilight Princess Link, which is very funny. Right, Tholindis, I've just been overthinking things. And I can definitely hear that too. That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, I'll set for the ball tonight. I need to go get ready. He was also Austria and Italia, which is funny considering, considering that he's the instrument of genocide. You go ahead, I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you. Even busier than the big shots, huh? Big shot. Fine, I'll go get started, but don't be late. Keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny. Well, she said I won't forgive you, more or less. I know, he is deathly pale. He looks like an NPC from Katana Zero, actually. Relax, I'll be there. Seriously though, you drive a hard bargain. Really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball. Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Cute. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, alright. Alright, white outfit it is. Seems like Rerir is deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services, by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Vinster King's Guard. Yeah, he was an assassin. This is why he instinctually was able to cover his tracks. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life, and then again, it's hardly surprising. People in the intelligence trade rarely do. Your fiancé, huh? Not the Lex. Hey, who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Relevant character. Let's dig a little deeper. Not right now, though. Leave the hut. Jabba. And that was... I think this is where we get kicked out of the memory. Thorkel. Our last operation was a resounding success. All thanks to you, Hunter of the Moon. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon and 37 accomplices. Okay, and yeah, even he was the Hunter of the Moon even before he became a sinner. Which is even weirder. After all these years since the dynasty swelled, so many of them still linger on, though presumably it's because he's hunting down the Crimson Moon. Indeed, it cannot be denied, yet it was destined that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the Eclipse dynasty. But again, Eclipse in the Japanese is Black Sun, which has some interesting real-world connection. And that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation on the path to prosperity. Connery has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the past. That's not entirely true. Much of how the Crimson Moon era is worthy of remembrance, and that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Jacobites. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to. History. In her case, herstory. And you still haven't told her what you really do for a living. Where would I even start? I'm a killer. How do you tell someone they are one of the king's handpicked executioners? Their hands are steeped in blood. You didn't choose this life any more than I did. Orphans like us don't get a say. I wonder if that's meant to have some resonance with the Vitui House of the Heart stuff, really. Though it... given... the connection to the House of the Hearth, I believe, to Conria, it might be the same. But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans, most like my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution. Her concerns are not unfounded. They've taken up many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason, these are no helpless legs or leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Hunter of the Moon. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding. Thanks, Thorkel. You looks after yourself too. So he has a visibly Connery outfit with the emblems, but it's different than the one Clothar had, though again, one's an orphan and the assassin Clothar was a nobleman. Or at least pure blood, quote-unquote. The one is I never want to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you shouldn't know, things you cannot know. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past, yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vetterfolio were held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect the links. Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vetterfolio's reaction. Vetterfolio and Dainsleif, the Visionary, and Twilight Sword, so that's what they were really like. I guess it makes sense that she knows something about Dainsleif, but still. Well, Dainsleif, technically. I've investigated this whole area now. There doesn't seem to be any other memories here. So I try somewhere else. Wait a second. What's this black smoke? Not purple, it's green. So what is that then? Oh. No, throwing it. So he's late after all. Just wait, Rerir, you're in for it big time. Let me see. Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Or what? Can I tempt you into buying some flowers? What is this, Midgar? Oh, sure, pick me out a pretty bunch if you want. Thank you, but I'm afraid none of them are as pretty as you. For someone so young, you sure have a way with words, don't you? It can be some kind of assassination attempt, or... I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes, you'll see I'm not lying. Oh! Crimson Moon Eyes. May we have a word in private? Who are you and what do you want? It doesn't matter who I am, too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out. Not long ago, the Hunter of the Moon led an assault on one of our strongholds. Suffered many casualties, many who came to raid lost their lives as well. Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this, and I don't want to get involved. Wait, hear me out. This tell me fun. We got a clear look at his face and learn his true identity. Got some Greek-style sandals, too. His unified save is, yeah, a little Greek, too. His name is Rerir, and he claims to be one of the king's guards. Your fiancé. Or does he know that? What did you say? A cruel irony isn't the man you're set to marry leads that double life as a brutal executioner. Surely he must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands. Why are you telling me all this now? Simple, it's because... How strange, Rerir was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to Phillips. Rerir couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Ley line trickery. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it a day. Oh, and she's got the brooch on her chest this whole time, too. That's fun. I guess I could check, but I was not looking at her front side. Whether they change her model, because back in... during Nefer's Archon Quest, before she got her vision, she had an empty brooch, empty placeholder brooch on her back wheel. So that was your doing. You just pull us inside Rerir's fragment to spy directly on his memories. Oh, right, they were using the piece of him. Any more questions? I'll have to start charging. She does have the brooch on her here. I had no idea you could do that on a son. Seriously, that was amazing. We're not worthy, we're not worthy. Just instinctively cringing. I gotta admit though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched the surface. I'm just as curious as you are, but the ceremony only lasts for a limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot. So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too. Especially the group with the traveler. Their mission is a risky one. Let's hope it's all going smoothly. If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing. And it's been one continuous cutscene. I've been able to access the menu for some time. Of course, there were intermediate steps, so if I quit out, I'd be able to continue from there, from the overworld, but still. If I know Ane-san, she's going to need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to let ahead, but feel free to head back and meet up with the others. And now, Thunderclap Reef. Most of them are at this secret base, but we're here. Okay. Didn't know it was called this. Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit. They might not have seen us yet, but with them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. We'll just have to sneak past nice and quietly. Luckily, I don't think either None of the 3 people here needs to eat. It's never gonna work. One will slip up and it's game over. Can we find our way out? They spot us launch straight back to Rerir, and once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Be that as it may, we still have to try. And, yeah. Start stealing, make money. Something like that. What character is it? Well, I guess you're right. Alright, time to zip it. Is it gonna be another instance? Everlasting is the moon. Find a way to return to the secret base. Avoid the patrolling wild hunt. Be careful, don't let the wild hunt discover you. Okay, thanks. I didn't even have time to really run away. Oh, it sends us to the map at least. Thunderclap Reef Tunnel. I didn't know that this existed. If I'd done the world quest, I guess I might have. What? Huh? Oh, and it sends us to the map and then back here to the bit of the cutscene. Okay, come on. So now we need to avoid the patrolling wild hunt. Quick hide, we almost got spotted. Let me see. Let's just collect those achievements at least. Fire suppression, the way to receive uninvited guests. That was for the shooting gallery. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was a close call. I mean, you could just say her name. Are they coming this way? And we can't attack right now. Watch out, it's coming this way. So we're gonna have to loop around, or how? I mean, just say her name and I can look her up. I'm not really in a position to open the Discord right now. Oh, the Japanese Seifuku character? Okay. Alright. We could just glide around, couldn't we? Oh no, you can't glide here. Oh goodness, I saw some people kind of complaining about... Oh... the game's sort of visual consistency getting nuked. Well, I mean, I don't, but I could just look her up. A Google search is a lot faster than opening the Discord, because I don't keep it open. Takes a lot of CPU to keep it open. So... let me just see. I mean, we're just gonna have to make a break for it, right? Right? Yeah. Keep going, we're nearly there. This is the final hurdle. I wonder if we were meant to break a rock as a sound distraction. I don't think it's that complicated. Oh, there was a luxurious chest. I guess I'll explore for that. There's no end to these things. Can't keep going like this, Troy. There must be another way out. We're gonna get bailed out by a certain someone soon. I like the texture. Their bodies are basically a hole to the abyss in some portions. Some parts the texture shifts a little with their movement. The darker purple, at least. Sometimes they do that for plaid in a game, which is funny. Fire. Guess who it is? Yuri Part 2. Part 3, actually. For better or worse. Fire. Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire. Wow, this fire looks different from normal fire. I wonder why that is. Certainly not someone who showed up in the trailer. The Wild Hunt's Anguished Roar. That is a weird name for a character. Right, the Wild Hunt, that was quick. But I suppose it makes sense that Arlecchino would be effective against the Wild Hunt, considering that... Well, to what extent is... Well, all moon power's moon power, really, so... Makes sense, because yeah, she's got Crimson Moon, Iridescent Moon power. That's the source of her pyro, mostly. To the extent, like, does she even need a vision? But still. And it's her boss-only form. Wouldn't it be cool if this was playable in some way, shape, or form ever? Maybe. he turned back to normal and made a chair just to Orphan. Sandrone was all right. You look weak, Columbina. Oh my goodness. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it they did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you lost most of your power. Oh, interesting. And what would that be? Are we gonna find out this patcher? Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it? I mean, that's the difference between a game like this made in Unity and a game like Lua made in Unreal Engine 5. It's Arlecchino you came. To the point that, to the extent it's playable on mobile, it's with a gaming phone, which, I mean, just gaming phone. Say that again. Hello again, Columbina, and greetings guests of the House of the Hearth. Taisetsu Okyakujin. Important guest. Yeah, important guest. It's been a while, Arlecchino. Could have said valued guest in the English or something. Okay. And the design bureau is just Sandrone now. Huh. Oh, and every time there's that switch, there's a different loading icon, that's right. That was Arlecchino with a funny eye gleam. Oh, stupid. Suki no Karyu dame. She didn't say anything like this in the Japanese. Let me check something. God, that... Oh, they aren't really showing the loading screen, are they? Let me double check that. Yeah, they haven't been showing those load screens. Let me see. Special loading screens. Yeah, there was one with Nefer. One with the Traveler, Columbina, and Paimon, though it... Yeah, the ones we've seen so far. Went with Columbina, we went back with Nefer. Forgot to pay attention to those, but I think there are 3 more. I checked them, and... Eventually, when Albedo shows up, the drawings become a lot less crude. Because he's very specifically a painter, which is fun. Oh, stupid hunter of stupid moon. Oh, whatever. I've got all the data we need. Next time we meet, you're finished. Bosco #1 Yeah, exactly. Special named land cruisers. Oh, he sure doesn't pull his punches. You got the sniper, you got the rapid fire, you got the cannon. Excuse me, do you need a hand? And that's Remene's voice if I ever heard it. You can do me a favor by staying out of my way, can't you see I'm busy? Die. Wait a minute, I recognize that voice. Instinctively bitchy. God bless. Hello, Sandrone-san. Father, Arlecchino, that is, sent us over to help. How considerate of her. And Lynette destroys machines just by touching them. Hey, Remine, get over here and help me fix this. Lynette, you do your thing, just keep your sister away from my machines. You can see it shatter just by her touching it, exactly. Oops. Your way, every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something. Oh, hell no, not the cat maid. Boom. Well, then let's start downstairs. From an we'll leave this place to you. It's cool how they have this little guest appearance. Where Arlecchino comes, they are not far to follow. You got it. Makasete. Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you have to make it yourselves. In this side view... This was in the trailer. Secret base. And... So, happy Columbina. Got the Varka side view. Presumably playable, though only God knows. Okay. The other ones were for the curatorium and the bureau, if I recall correctly, because that's when people started to split up. Okay, where is... And the base is over there, just tucked in a cave. I wonder if there was anything to indicate a last patch. Thanks to Snezhnaya, everlasting as the moon, which is one of her burst voice lines, which is fun. Thanks to Snezhnaya, the marionette, our Wakino's hurried to Nod-Krai, and at last the secrets of the Crimson Moon are beginning to come to light. I really do not feel like fighting any of those Frostmoon scions right now. I mean, Frost Knight scions. I only just now realized how similar that name is to Frostmoon scions. I may be stupid. Actually, I'm just a busy person with a job. And don't I hate it? Okay, I think this wreckage was here, but of course the instanced room was not. Enter the meeting place. Just like the little forest cave for the scions, I don't imagine this is going to be accessible after the quest. It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece. One piece. Oh, it feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Twins and the others, and what about Nefer? Twins got eaten by a dog. I returned ahead of them. Twins is helping Aino and Nefer to set up the decoys, and by some time, as for Miss Nefer, still writing reports, I presume. Okay. Not a lot of dialogue here. I do need to take a nice nap after this. But I do think I should try TCG Auto to finish that out too. Ane-san is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering. I see. Now let's get right into it. Let's get right into the news. But first, who do we have here? We brought someone else in to help. Strongest in the game. Greetings, I was invited here to help as a longtime tea party companion of Columbina's, and they call me Arlecchino. Is he going to recognize that name? Surely it can't be. Those eyes, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course, in those memories we just saw. Crimson Moon on... Yeah, Jahoda was in there too. Kind of forgot. Guess who's Crimson Moon? Huh, the only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers, so either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a tea party buddy. You're well informed, Grand Master, a man from Monset living all the way out here in Nod-Krai, and the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart. I am kind of disappointed that Kapitana was not Varka. Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am too. Anta no homo. A Fatui Harbinger. She just said Fatus. The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Yes, we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers even at a time like this, and that kind of includes Columbina. Kinda. Gyan Fatus. Is that the term they use for Harbinger in... They say, Fondui no Shikokan, or executive officers of the Fatui. They don't use the term as often, really. And really, they're also just called Fatus, so they're basically just the 11 Fools. Oh! Do they? I know in HSR they allow events to stay. I know they do that in Grand Blue. Honestly, the fact that this game basically has never really done a true rerun ever is kind of crazy. Especially since it... Albedo is getting massively buffed next patch, but unless you did his events years ago, and luckily I did, you can't get Cinnabar Spindle, which is his best weapon except for, I guess, Chiori's signature. And again, that's... Using Chiori's signature for Albedo is funny. I guess they could maybe give him his own true 5-star Sig eventually, but even still. I must admit, though, I'm a little curious, seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui. Makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here. Power of Yuri. For better or worse. Okay, so the story content remains, but the rewards go away. So that's what they did in here with Perilous Trail and with the Not One Resort quest then. Okay, so it's more like that. Nor does Nod-Krai belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes stopping things from sprawling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. I didn't know about that about Aegis either. I thought at least some of the event rewards might stay, but of course I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all, but that's between Columbina and myself, Lex. Arlecchino was instrumental in helping us save the whole of Fontaine. I'm confident we can trust her. Forgive me, I don't mean to doubt you, it's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. But that's conveniently, that's just Fatui, right? Oh, you still get Jades. Okay. Yeah, because it's basically story content at that point. Yeah, right? We have our own way of doing things here in Nod-Krai, but ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us with nothing but hostility. I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. Done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could, but sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. Perfect. Perfect. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui and everything to do with her being Crimson Moon. And as a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank, I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin. She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers after all. Shikokan Daiyoi. The great fourth of the Fatui executive officers. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with. Ditto! Guys, Jahoda's a ditto. Is she gonna be in Pokemon Pokopia? Well, since Ms. Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Jahoda, time to share that top secret intel. Alright, listen up everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent, whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon. So even before he was a sinner, he was the Hunter of the Moon. The Dregs of the Crimson Moon. In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse. A whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria. You know, after the Sandrone thing, I'm paying attention to every character's mouths and lips now, which is weird, I guess, but yeah. Did not notice the bright red. Da-da-da. Takes care of her lipstick, huh? To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties, and again, how does she know this? Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection. Yep, fell into the reflection of the moon, Rerir did, that's Crimson Moon, and also that's why he's red, probably. But one day, Aku saw the Crimson Moon eclipse. Hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, how it became the new emblem of Conria. Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last rule of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster king still coveted the secrets it left behind. So he sent the Hunter of the Moon, to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. Oh, and he had a fiancé, or at least a would-be fiancé, called Thelindis, which was one of the names he screamed at the end of the last Archon Quest. What's the matter, traveler? Just after Rerir regained his body, he called out that name. Better Folnir, Randortir, Thelindis, Thelindis. I guess the fact that the Sinners all had their titles even before they gained Abyss powers was set up with not last patch, but the Archon Quest that came out, the Dainsleif Archon Quest alongside Skirk talked about Sirtology being called the Foul because he was raised by slaves. No, he was the child of criminals and raised in prison. Guys, it's Bane from Batman. Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé of his? Do we know anything about her? She's just a normal blonde woman. White woman spotted. Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum. Felt like she was hiding some kind of secret. Crimson Moon researcher. Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains some of Thelindis' memories, though only a very small portion. They've kind of merged. Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like you can conclude that while Thelindis was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Last patch, the Archon Quest mentioned that the Wild Hunt started as basically illusions of a woman, which is probably Thelindis. Thelindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me though, were these pure-blood Conrians we're talking about here? So ones who got the Curse of Immortality did not turn into villagers. Why do you need to know that? Hold on, if she was a pure-blood Conrian, the Curse of Immortality, she might still be alive. Oh yeah, just like how it was with the captain. It is funny how they keep mentioning Capitano, because he was mentioned in the context of that tea party. It's just... And of course, baiting us for as long as they can about whether he's going to come back or not is good business. And to be fair, the entire point of the Jesus motif that he's aping, because his constellation is almost certainly the 3 nails on the Fatui wheel, you know, the 3 nails of crucifixion, is that the whole deal with, and of course, we kind of lack a lot of the original context these days. You know, the whole point of the resurrection is people really did believe in the gospel story that he had actually died for good. The resurrection was a surprise to them. So if Capitano comes back, to really complete it, it would have to be a surprise. You'd have to believe, oh, he's dead for good. But they could easily just have him be dead for good and stay that way. So they are kind of having their cake and eating it too. We could somehow find her. Do you think there's any chance Rerir might regain some of his sanity? That would not necessarily make him stop being a threat, though. It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hopes on that. That merchant who never knows Dory Sangmabe, maybe we could hire her to look into it. This is the first time they're really using her surname as part of her name. Because I did think before now that Song of My Bay was not a surname, but just a title. Alright then, let's keep working in our separate teams. Traveler, Paimon, Freaktar, and Ms. Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent Moon's Marrow. Thanks for popping in. Have a lovely Saturday. It's still morning for you in Colorado, right? But the quests get really high effort and really good here. Also, he shows up, finally, though you may have heard about that already. But yeah, nice to see you. Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent Moon's Marrow. As for the others... And they did also give him a very different model from every other dude in the game so far, which means either we get a new playable model or they put him in the chair and don't make him playable. I guess we'll see. You know, Weakers say we're gonna get him, but we don't even have real leakers anymore. They all got purged, and now it's just guesswork and betas from the immediate next patch. On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Freaktar. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too, so I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to go wipe them out. Okay, but if you don't have Ascendant Gleam, you can't really do anything to Wild Hunt, so you and nobody else, okay, what are you gonna do? I'll head back to the Curatorium and meet up with Anessa Nefer. Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Also, the character of this patch is just Green Yelan. She even meets Yelan. It's hilarious. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flynn's. Oh, good to see you, Bala. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flynn's, Aino, and Nefer when they get back. Well, I hope the Bala bus comes soon, so you can get home quickly. Alright then. Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way. We better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can. Because over where you are, it's a little past 8, right? Alright, just do your thing. I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Knights? Are we gonna see the knights here, or? Okay. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed. Oh, I hope you get to take your ball or G-meds too. Walking around by himself. We're back. Did we get here a little early or a little late? Oh, a tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally. Arlecchino and Nefer has uncovered some promising info. Didn't say anything about boss in the Japanese. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that your allergies were acting up. I do hope the medication helps you. Everything going smoothly on your end. They were trying to make decoys out of moon power to prevent Rerir from finding Columbina. Not great. I don't know how long you can stall him for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. You don't like blondes? Didn't you say you were blonde? I mean, you're probably lying. But a blonde who hates other blondes. That's new. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Alright, Nefer, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flynn's? So you're saying you're a self-hated blonde. Well, technically, it's different when it's men. Even the word is different. Is that stupid? Yeah. It's because of the French, I think. And then there's Blondie, an 80s musician, and the comic strip she named herself after. Also, a butterscotch variation of brownies. Well, I'm glad to hear that you don't plan on killing every blonde man on the planet. Sure. Varka-san, well... Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvarnir, which, again, we should be getting in 6.3, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flynn's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nod-Krai in the period leading up to that. The dragon. What dragon are you talking about? None of you know anything about what I actually look like, and I prefer to keep it that way. Yeah, not to go in too much detail. Yeah. What about ball eyes? I had to actively let you post that. Yeah, she wants people who are nice to her, not people who torture her. That was before Rerir had regained his body when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in 2 places at once. Okay, so he does a bilocation, right, okay. He can decoy. Friends, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nod-Krai are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know I'm sure capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys, but for now you should stay here and get some rest. I'd like to think it's more along the lines of a stand-up comedian, but go ahead, insult me. Enough, and I will head back over to Varka to see if there's anything I missed. Guys, it's just like Not 5.1, where we get to see the war happening off-screen. I told you Uncle Vark would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal, not a word about my snack intake for the next week. Of course. Database updated, where I bet Ivana's predictions increase. Oh, what does that mean? More sweets. They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel. It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting. Oh, Blue Eyes White Dragon doesn't have any hair. What are you talking about? What about Brown Eyes Brown Bala? It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on. We already decided that Nefer should go investigate the situation over at Varka on her own. Might as well stay here and keep watch. It doesn't even sound that similar. Yo, if you were a Yu-Gi-Oh card, you would be the little Karibo. Oh, you have a real boyfriend. Congratulations. Is that what that stands for? Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings, and besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir. Which, again, was also off screen. So I've ended up with the easiest assignment, hahaha. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back. I'm sorry if that might have been a bit too much. Yeah. I'm sorry that you got told that you have resting Bala face again. Some people really need to keep it to themselves. We're gonna get another funny loading screen? Yes. Silvermoon Hall, Secret Vase, Curatorium Secrets, and it's the Arlecchino one again, okay. Whenever she's involved. Go to the place the knave mentioned, and we're in an instance now. Can use our party, but we're in this little map instance. You might not have been mad at them before, but they certainly made you mad at them then. So there you go. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over. Cross over? Arlecchino, hold up a second since you brought us all this way. Do you mind telling us what you've got planned? Another world. We still haven't gotten the slightest idea what's going on here, and if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is, how do you? It's because Columbina is Frost Moon and Arlecchino, as a Crimson Moon descendant, is connected to the iridescent moon. Simple because I'm an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon, one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds Flames. Oh look, the title from the second phase of your boss fight. Which allows her to make dimension gates or something. Huh? Are you serious? Isn't you a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from ancient Conria. Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. And when did you? And from whom? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the sun's been there all along. Yeah, your funny red X eyes. Yeah, what else? When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. Pale moon blood fire. Coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. Back when Arlecchino first came out, some people made jokes about how she must have spiky fire periods. I'm not gonna say any more on that topic. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire began to gnaw away at me, consuming you from the inside out your hands. Some people thought she was part Hilitril when her design documents were first linked, because she's not wearing gloves, her hands are just black. So basically what I'm hearing is you need to go to Italy and just yell at people for her because she won't do it herself. I think that would help. Exactly, that is why my hands are like this too. At first I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the gesture apprised me of the truth. Oh, yeah, it would be Piero, because he's a Conrian. Long-lived Conrian. They're moon-connected, and you can see the funny hot air balloon in Nalon from here. It is still so funny how close we are. Funny neon urban land. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several things that I've gradually come to understand. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shadow remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. So it's... yeah, so her powers are at least partially abyssal in nature. So I guess we never are getting an abyss element. Sorry, guys. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. The strange blackness is the mark of corruption is left behind. So you're corroded. Oops. If I recall correctly, you once told me if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a completely different person. Yeah, guys, when are we getting the Arlecchino alt? Never. Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug of war. Guys, she's Medusa from Fate. Sounds intense. Where's the 10? Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about? Palman has a question. So the Crimson Moon that the Karnans used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the 3 Moon Sisters. Well, I mean, both of them, because the Crimson Moon is the former Iridescent Moon. Does that mean that the Karnans were to the Crimson Moon as the Frostmoon signs are to the Frost Moon? So much of that history has been lost, we have no way of knowing exactly what they were like, but yeah, probably. So who worshipped the Eternal Moon then? Maybe the dragons, I guess? But I would suspect that the Karnans weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moons remain simply served as their link to the abyss, which they actually wanted. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the abyss. Maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup, drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty, and then a genocide happened. Oops. Suihoshita. Driven out. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded. You want living proof that's standing right before you. It's pretty gangster of her to say. The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black aura. The Abyss taking it over, exactly. Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery. I prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. She already does not like Totori. Does anybody? Probably not. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. It should be there are any other questions. Your grammar sucks. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you were unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you intend to leave it in my custody, correct? That's right, for now, it's the only way I can pay you back for your help. I love evil women. I mean, she's not even evil, but you know what I mean. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are, so with its marrow in your possession, it'll be even more powerful than before. Again, just the fact that Boss Swarm, Tartaglia, and Arlecchino do keep showing up gives me hope to some extent that they might be playable some way down the line. But I wonder how that'd be. Because again, with Venti, we're getting immense changes to his kit. He's being retooled into being able to at least also serve as an on-field animo DPS with tweaked animations, at least new effects. And for the boss forms, though, they're already in the game. Of course, they'd have to figure out how to string them together and set their values, but I guess the question is, would it be just buffs similar to what they're doing with Hexen Circle next patch, where you run a quest? Would it be a brand new character, which, given that the buffs are not a new character, I get the impression that we're probably not getting true alts, or maybe something similar to the augments in Honkai 3rd, where you can roll for something that's sort of half a character if you already have them. Deal? Then let's get started. I'll get what started. What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon? It's a gate. When I first became a Harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Perrin Harry, which is a book you can buy in Fontaine. I haven't read it. Also known as Cleobronto Innamorato, which is... The name there is a reference to Orlando Innamorato, or Roland in Love, which is one of the books in the matter of France. Well, there's Orlando Innamorato and Orlando Furioso, which was a sequel written by a different guy 100 years later. But they're Italian books about France. And that's also where Astolfo's from, for those who care. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. It'd be funny if we could mention the fact that we already own it, but setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also records a few interesting details. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony. And again, that is probably the origin of the House of the Hearth, maybe. So it's fate. Actually, it's Genshin. But it's fate that Arlecchino came to head the House of the Hearth in, I suppose. Beyond the bounds of this world, and what kind, for real, and what kind of induction ceremony? The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpass the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of refinement. And I did see a bit of the book, at least a summary, and it talks about that. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a Crimson Moon. Okay, but was it actually lit? Let me check. Okay, the fireplace. No, it wasn't lit. It was just filled with ashes and kind of dark. So it's not as bad. It's not great, though. The adults embrace the children who pass the ritual, telling them within the fireplace you have traversed the flames between two worlds. Here and now you are born anew. The book leaves much unsaid, but I suspect this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light. Literally, figuratively, symbolically, or... I guess I can read that book. Well, to be fair, that was her interpretation. It is interesting when the in-game books become relevant, because there's that one book about the Oceanid and the dude, and then near the start of Fontaine, there was that Mondstadt Wheelway poetry event where the dude and the Oceanid showed up. That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's mirror in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some kind of a ritual. But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Are we supposed to build it ourselves? Okay, fine. I'm gonna go find some bricks. No, it's just anything, presumably, can serve as a gateway arch. Can be repurposed as one for the portal. We're building a nether portal, guys. That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. So she's just gonna light. Holy crap, Arlecchino is just a living flint and steel. Flint and steel. That was burned away by such flames, we had a kind of ghostly after-image in the world. Oh, that was Clairvy. That's funny. I think, yeah, the little girl from her story quest. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. And the catch is, I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open. So I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Understood? Don't worry, we've got this. What if you just closed it? That would be funny. Yeah, this was all a trick. Finally, we killed the Traveler. Very well then, and then I'll open it up. Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. What? That was a joke. If I were really trying to be mean, I would be saying something about you. Thank you, I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. Should be enough to move us across short distances and confront whatever dangers might await. Teleportation. Again, the fact that teleportation is explicitly one of Columbina's powers is interesting in the context of teleport waypoints being only usable by the Traveler. Why are you not moving? Mistress of the 7 Hues of ages past, Great Mother of the present, Crimson-clad Sovereign of the 2 realms, by fire severed by fire to renew, I offer myself now to beseech your descent. Who is that mistress? She's using all 3 of those gates. Okay. Black hole. And a completely conjured scythe in it. Her flames definitely look a bit blacker now. It's the god-slaying black flame. Well, to be fair, it is abyssal. If you're gonna make a Black Flame Souls joke, better talk about the Black Flame in Souls 2 and 3. And 1, actually, that's right. One word of advice as you're crossing over, now no matter what voices you hear, do not answer. Whoa. Yeah, it looks similar to her signature, but it's a bit different in tone. Got it. I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the familiar light of the moon. I feel that I'm about to meet an old friend who is shamed beyond all recognition. Alright, let's go. Iko. Gonna walk inside? Yeah, only embers remain. Enter the space where the Crimson Moon is. Seismic changes often begin with small windows of opportunity, and this could be your window. I think Katy Perry's Fireworks is something similar. I'm sorry. Another funny staircase. This is kind of water, but it's making these red splashes. And it is walkable right now. That's fun. If we were to touch that fire, what would happen? Still water in it. It's just nothing. Okay. Gotta walk into the hole. As one does. I wonder what Llama's deer form looks like bouncing on here. Oh, it doesn't do normal ripples. It overrides anything. And it's actually a slope. Okay. Looks like a staircase. I presume it'd work. But I don't have anyone in my party right now who'd be able to do that. We just have to get there. I sense your presence and grant you death and rebirth. Voice of the Abyss. That might be Renova. Wait, why are you? You have crossed over from another world, transcended fate itself. I have no right to. Okay, that might be Renova. Is that Renova? Let me see. In that one cutscene. Everlasting is the moon. Does anyone know who that voice is? Okay. Alright. It's the voice of the Abyss, and it does not say specifically who that voice is. I guess I could do a comparison, but we haven't heard Renova much. Or regardless. But it is similar to some of the lines she's got. Come on, what? And that's blocked off. We can't go here. Funny portal reminds me of some of the twisting hallways in the Zelda Ocarina of Time Forest Temple. Hey, I look up at the sky, a red moon. This must be the spot, right? What if I just quit out now? Just to torture you. Is that the Abyss? It's practically filled the entire place. What now? And this is presumably Conria, or something built by Conrians. ... Sigh, what a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body seized by the Abyss and hung up aloft like mummified remains. Your iridescent moon was this truly what you wished for? Looks like there's only one way through here. Let's keep going and see what's ahead. Careful, there's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Kiri no naka, in the fog. She speaks so slowly. Yeah. Still talking? Was this your wish? Yeah. Kama's right behind you, Traveler. Whatever you do, don't run off without her. I'm gonna toss you into the moon. Proceed deeper. So we oh, okay, there's an invisible wall here. And all this purple pockmarked stone. By the way, Columbina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty cold. Paimon, how is that possible? It's a reflection. Da-da-da. Okay, I'll leave your Bimbola alone. How far can we go over this? We've got some mechanical gears. That stops us too. Okay. Some is this healing? Already set up. Okay, I mean, this is fine enough. Both Flynn's and Aino can make Flynn's and Nefer can make use of Aino, but I don't have any. Well, whatever. Come on. Not that any of this is a huge deal. And just one of these should do the trick, shouldn't it? Yeah, that was nothing, really. Ino did get her burst back, that's the main thing. So we'll just chicken. Columbina architecture hewn into a cliff, but again, this is an extra-dimensional space. That said, this flower... When we went into Rerir's memories, there was a similar flower there, although... What that means, who can say? What the specific connection isn't... Oh, there it's shattered. So if we go back this way... It's whole. On the other side, it's shattered. That seems to change once we cross this point. So they're definitely swapping the model. Well, Enconomia architecture and Conria architecture are both based on the unified civilization. They look similar for lore reasons. But this is Conria explicitly. It's like, I thought it was only a facade. It's the broken moon. So now, we can keep going. Again, Nefer was good. Quite strong. And just as so, using the burst, honestly, is going to be massive overkill. And here we go. Let's go for one more. Big damage. Yeah, it's hilarious overkill. But well, I got it back because she is stacking energy recharge. Well, I didn't know if you knew. Again, you haven't played this game in over 2 years. Saying that for your benefit. I saw a video of someone getting tripped up by dialogue and ending up just falling into the bottomless pit. Well, they did a big Varsa jump and went too far. And I watched Bala. We do have a chest here, that's nice. Oh look, it's a ruin guard. Is anybody gonna show up to crash our party too? Oh well. Let's see, and... I thought we would have been able to time that iframe it. And, okay. Oh my, not quite a kill, that's actually weirder. We just missed it, that's funny. Let's pick this up. The no sustained team. Isn't that great? Well, I'm sorry for thinking you didn't know what the deal was with Enconomibala. But you do. So. Now we can stare up at the chunks. Ah, naruhoda na. So the iridescent moon's mirror is up there in the sky. Up there in this sky. Not for real, but that's way too high. There's no way we'll be able to reach it. Well, not on video. But I understand you, I know you. No, I'm not sensing anything up there. So does Rerir have it? It's coming from under the... No, it isn't. It's coming from under the mountain because it's the moon's reflection. Let's see, eek, there's some kind of weird shadow over the water. Oh, and it's literally dark mud, like in the chasm. That's fun. Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some sort. Let's check it out. Yeah, I have some ball understanding. And this is where I think they ended up. Having Varsa just hop into nowhere. Okay, what if we just went in the middle there? Looks like a device from the time of Conria. Come on, maybe people once came to study the Crimson Moon's domain and left this behind. We can activate it, we might find some clues. That's enough even without the buff. We can activate this. It's gonna be light, right? Yep, gets rid of the dark mud. It's, yeah, they reused it from the chasm. What would happen if we tried going to that portal now? Hey, look at that. Now that the mechanism is running, the shadow in the water looks different. So we the surface of the water.
もしかして
Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret? Let's try to find more of them. Yeah, I bet. Oh, and they are very similar to Ruin Sentinels, Ruin Graders. Snori. Villainous will leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now. So, is this where she fell into the village? So this isn't ruining date night. Fell into the reflection of the moon, maybe? If she did, mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table. Because Rerir fell into the reflection of the moon. If they'd merged somehow, that'd be why. Her memories are mixed with his. Villainous is that Rerir's girlfriend. How come we're hearing her voice here? Didn't Nefer previously mention that she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum? No koibito, more like lover. Oh yeah? So do you think she was studying this strange space all along? Which would be, I suppose, why Rerir got access, maybe. The Abyss has made the space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here, like echoes or after images. Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem from my childhood. Waning moon, a lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest. Morning still, and mistletoe and fragile soul no red or rest. It didn't really need a rhyme. Okay. Rhyme is the most juvenile form of poetry. Real poetry is about meter. Okay. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon, is it a coincidence or something more? Okay. Activate the second device. So what if we try to touch abyssal energy here is too strong? We best pull back for now. Oh yeah. Start taking damage pretty darn quickly. Yeah, let's not just get killed. Oh my goodness. It extends far. It is interesting that it's dealing it is physical damage numbers. I suppose, and I've said this before, we might get an Abyss character, not as a true element, but as a character who just has no element. Maybe. Still. For small ones like this, it really is Flynn's we want to be using for this. That works just fine. Are you afraid of the dark darkness? So who's next? And, oh, you didn't get that back. Oops. Looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. At least we don't take contact damage. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby. Oh, so we have to shoot at one to shoot at this, and then shoot it in the mud. Makes sense. Okay. Come on. No. Oh, you blocked one of them. I don't like that. Okay, cool. And did that? Oh, no, we did actually connect with that. At your back turn, even though we only got one instance off. Okay. Because of course the clouds have just barely disappeared, and of course the clouds are what determine whether he gets a second hit on his burst, which deals the exact same damage as the first. So your burst is half as strong if you don't have clouds up. Oops. Oh, and we are severely circumscribed there. Looks kind of similar to the chasm, this terrain. Which is probably a bit of an in-joke considering that, yeah, the dark mud here is very similar as well. Suggesting, I suppose, that, and there's also Conria, a bit of Conria in the chasm, and similar rocks, suggesting that maybe the chasm's curly rock terrain is somewhat abyssal in nature. Now it's more of a pink than a purple. It has declined. I see, so the moon marrow, or rather the power of the thermite, is key to unlocking. And that got totally shorted out. It wasn't even a voice line censored. There was just no voice line. If something really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end. So what were they trying to do? I know some of them were plotting against Irmin. I did get spoiled on that. Past that, really? What were they trying to unlock? Some weapon, maybe? Maybe that was how they got that abyssal power. Take cover behind the rocks. It's actually shooting at us, and it's abyssal in nature, too. It's evil and purple. Okay. So in that case, you can purify it. Not even travel right now, but okay. Last one. Not even a fight. Maybe in the middle, we're gonna get some monsters. We haven't seen Rift Hands yet. With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with a moon marrow. Oh, Rerir, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. You're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Columbina, the Minster King has sunken deeper into madness. Oh! Trying to do something, get rid of the traveler. Well, the sibling. Abyss, Princess, Prince. If only I could get my hands on that outsider. Right past me. Hey, look, the moon's reflection is back to normal. Yay. The Windus's voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think that maybe it's hidden in the moon's reflection? That's where Rerir fell. But again, he might just have it already. It must be, for within I sense the fragile aura of a dying soul. Then there's no time to lose. Let's go. It is funny that people were expecting the Arlecchino Columbina stuff, and again, both of them have moons. What kind of dry cereal? Geez, Columbina, how come you get 2 Yuri ships? Biblical greed. This chamber reminds me a bit of the Marjavari chamber. Oh, okay. There you go. Is this the marrow, or? These things are so creepy. Looks like I'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow. Okay, how are we going to do that? Oh, just hitting them, presumably. Yeah, that didn't take much. Okay, but when are the enemies going to show up, presumably? Oh, those are literally the big rock tumors from... We use this to heal? No. From underneath the volcano in... Not that's supposed to be the iridescent moon's marrow. We'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it. Yeah. Put contacts in if you can. That actually helps a lot. Because it keeps the volatiles from getting in your eyes. Hello, then. Alright, and let's just go here. That isn't doing as much as I expected. Alright. Okay, come on. And here we go, this should kill. Yeah, we got rid of you, which... Oh my goodness, aren't you at hilariously low HP right now? Oh, hot dogs with onions. Okay, understandable. It might not be the same as the ones in the ancient Sacred Mountain, but they're definitely similar. I mean, they're both abyss. That's kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, but still. Okay. Alright. Cool. That failed a bit. Oh my goodness, we got knocked back heavily. Don't like that. Come on, and please don't kill me. We are very... Yep, and you actually died. I don't want to res. Let's just see how far this takes us. Yeah, even against the electro-weak ones, you're still better. That is kind of sad. When is our corrosion going to... Corrosion is stopped. Oh, goodness me. I don't like this. Ooh, okay. How about you put this in? And now we can wait for attacks to close off. Alright. Boom. Boom. Now you're gone. Aino is not dead. She's very close to it, though. One last one there. I guess. Hang in there, we're so close. God. I mean, I mean no offense, but I never liked hot dogs. Because it's... If you've got real, like, good sausage available, it's just... Wait, what? What's... Oh, you had an aura. That's insane. Yeah! Everyone's dead. I guess we just gotta let ourselves die or something, but... Yeah, this is the first time since the... I'll take the bread. 10 out of 10. That's funny. We got no health. It's... There are just literally no Nod-Krai healers other than, no joke. Oh. No joke, C1 Lauma. So, if you want to use Nod-Krai, you're kind of SOL. But, this damage over time Pyro Aura has not existed in any meaningful sense since the Wii talent domain, Taishan Mansion, which is just crazy. But still. I guess we can take down you. Sure, but that's nowhere near as good. Regardless. Come on, I wasn't able to switch because my... Oh, oh, Lord! That sucked. Stupid. That's broken now, at least. Okay. Sever the abyssal fetters. So we could have just gone and broken them without fighting the enemies at all. That's no fun. So is that the marrow? It's just one tiny red dot and basically all abyss. Maybe we finally did it. Because the Eternal Moon's marrow was basically a ball. It was a ball. The iridescent moon's marrow is still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. It has taken on a new form entirely. So this is a pyro moon. Her allergies, to my knowledge, are not food allergies. They're more just like allergies to everything in the environment that isn't food. I don't have food allergies either. I have mild seasonal allergies and a decently strong pet allergy. Dander. That's why I don't like cats and dogs. If we can purify the abyssal power within it, we should be able to obtain its untainted essence. Leave it to me. One thing we can do. But again, this is not purifying abyssal power so as much as absorbing and storing it. The travelers are explicitly batteries of abyssal energy. And now it's just Arlecchino color. So cold, Samui. The voice of the moon? Oh, is it you or are you here? Oh, it's the kids from the Paranary story crawling through the fireplace. Oh, are you talking to us? At long last, I can see once more. Fates have crossed and I'm finally free. No, it actually is just the voice of the iridescent moon talking to Columbina. Okay. I'm sorry I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart as death drew near. What lie did you tell the Columbina? Again, Renova has similar colors. Arlecchino's boss form in second phase is very similar to Renova's funny eye form. So, what's the connection, if any, to Arlecchino to Renova, and therefore iridescent moon to Renova? The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece like I was being cut into pieces by 1,000 blunt blades. My thoughts scattered as the cold crept in, but I could not bear to fade away like that. You called on the abyss, didn't you? Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I'd possessed your courage, then I might have been spared this torment more painful than death. I do wonder who's voicing her. Unnamed NPC, voice only, goddess of the iridescent moon. Mistress of the Seven Hues. That's what... So that's... Okay. The name that Arlecchino said was a name for the moon. Yeah, but it... I used to really like bratwurst. Bratwurst is great. But pigs have the intelligence of a human child, so... I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'd eat human child sausage then. I didn't say that. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. It was one of my favorites. There are summer festivals where I am. And they had bratwurst, and it was quite good. So I had some spicy sausage, decent quality hot dogs, though again, I'm unfortunately an insufferable snob, and... Yeah, 2 spicy sausages, a bratwurst, and a high-quality hot dog. That's what they had. I haven't tried sauerkraut since I was really young and did not have a refined enough palate to enjoy it. I'd probably like it a bit better now, but I'm not really a huge fan of pickled foods, unfortunately. I mean, I like kimchi a good deal, but it's more because of the spices in it. Anything that's too sour in terms of pickles, it becomes a little unpalatable to me. I don't know. That's the one thing I'll be picky about. You look so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Thorough hypo. Hypo? Hypogean? Hypogea? Maybe? Under the moon? Well, no, it's... Hypogeum. Underground, maybe. A temple or a tomb? Means under something. Da-da-da. I guess that's a closer hint to what her name is supposed to be. She's Kutar, she's the Freakdar, she's Columbina, she's the Damselette, or in Japanese, literally just the girl, but I guess she's got a Greek-sounding name, too. What was that all about? Was that the goddess of the iridescent moon? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend, but none of us have ever met her before, right? Well, Columbina, kinda. I've eaten bugs in the past. There aren't a lot of natural opportunities to eat them in America. Other than the one, I've eaten dried grasshoppers, or chapulinas, as they were called, because I'm gotten from a Mexican grocery in town when a friend was coming, and we had to go to the Mexican grocery for unrelated reasons. Because he's Mexican, and he wanted Mexican groceries. That was the reason. But there was also... I think I might have mentioned... I don't know if you remember this, or if I told you where. There was some apple cider donuts in the house, and they were covered by ants, and I figured, let's clean them off. So I ate the ants off one for other people, and I ate one myself with the ants still on it. And the ants tasted like apple. And I'm not sure if that's just a normal thing for ants, or it's because they had literally been eating apple donut. I guess I would have to eat more ants to test that theory. Perhaps she took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. I'm gonna go monkey mode. I'm gonna stick a twig into an anthill and just eat the ants off the twig. Probably. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too similar to tell apart. Aura? But anyway, we got the iridescent moon's mirror now. That should help you regain your strength, right? She paused for 3 whole seconds. Alright, time to leave this place and meet up back up with Arlecchino. Let's go. Oh, wow. Lemon ant. Devil's garden. 3 tree species, because they have a natural pesticide. Oh, well, natural herbicide, as they're killing plants, not killing pests, right? Myrmecophytes. Plants living in a mutualistic with a colony of ants. Sometimes they'll live in the stem. Interesting. The lemony taste of acids. Citronellal pheromones. Citrus odor and a citrus taste. Guess I should travel the world eating ants. Not only this place and meet back up with the Arlecchino. Let's go. Cutscene? That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in. You can't leave. Waning Moon, a lifeless damsel. Thelindus. They do outnumber humans by a factor of hundreds. Surely the place is collapsing. Holy crap, they're using Meteorite of Estelle on us. Elden Ring. It wants to trap us here. Who is it? The Abyss? Now we've taken the Moon Marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy. Cut through the rock. If only travel was actually that good. Oh, you can see her teleport. Wait, that was all similar to a teleport waypoint. Crimson Moons, my marrow, my heart. Rift Hound's presumably not associated with the using water missiles. I wonder if her kit's gonna be anything similar. Finally, Rift Hound's that work by Rondodu? Oh no, the exit's blocked. The exit was kind of blocked on the way in too. Oh, they're back now. What do we do? This is where you fought. Witness my rise. That's another burst voice line for her too. Hey, it's... What are you waiting for? That fence she can make. It's something she does at C2 or higher too, which is funny. This is a high con Arlecchino. Honestly, I would respect it if they could do something like a Honkai 3rd Augment Core where you roll for actually usable Traveler. That would be kind of funny. Or to make Traveler weak but have rollable strong cons. I don't know. But that's not how they do things. It's just a shame that even if you 100% Nod, I thought for some time, I hoped that if you 100% a Nodlan and did everything in Nodlan, you would be able to unlock Pyro Traveler's abilities. As in, the abilities that can only be used against Gsuithoth to be used outside that fight. Which did not happen. They were kind of fun to use in that fight, but you can't use that outside. But it... Oh, one of the lines we missed there was... Give it back, the Crimson Moon's my marrow, my heart. Okay. With all the cons, and only in that boss fight, Traveler is a bit worse, is slightly less good than a C0 Arlecchino. And if you had to 100% not one for that, I think that would be reasonable. But also, that's FOMO too, but still. Well, we made it. You mean Resonance? Was that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us? I mean, who else? Literally, who else? Wait, your hands, they're burning. Oops. Oh, this? Don't worry, it's a small price to pay. Lex. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by burning you out. No wonder it's a little angry. Is there anything I can do in return? If I can purify the Abyssal power, then maybe that wouldn't that depower her? Or... No, I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever is left of them. Handleless Arlecchino. Unpleasant. But surely... So, we're so sorry, Arlecchino. Palm, I can't believe you make a sacrifice like this for us. For us. As much as I like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal. Well, Columbina. And what's yours? Give me the marrow. In exchange for holding the marrow for me, you get the marrow. Yes, you did your part, and as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care. From this day forth, may the two worlds' flames burn ever more brightly. I guess it would be cool if Arlecchino, the character, got a little stronger. What if they gave you a free con? Well, that was so stiff animations-wise. After all that fluidity, that's funny. I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand, accept this moonlight I offer in return. It's her own moon's blessing. That's fun. Fire. Oh no, it's still golden moon power. Lame. Oh, it actually is a little red because of her. That's fun. Malvika gets a buff every other week when someone discovers a new Malvika combo, so SYBAU. Feeling stronger. And this is the Silvermoon Hall music from her commissions. Hey, Columbina, are you okay? I'm fine. Our powers are a little at odds, that's all. Different moons. Yeah, guys. Sorry, no playable Columbina. She's our Capitano now. The Frostmoon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons, was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned at least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger. So what was it she did for the Tsaritsa? Did she have to give up power in order to be allowed to just leave, or? It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to challenge Rerir like this. Our turn? And just one more ray of moonlight if you would. Please, Columbina, don't push yourself too hard. Well, in burst form, that is explicitly real Raiden. That's when Raiden leaves her sword and takes over the body. It's okay, I can take it. Actually, is that even true? I'm pretty sure that's true. Yeah. I guess I'd have to go back and check the cutscenes again, but to my knowledge, you never see the puppet as the puppet wielding Muso-Ishin. It's only Raiden herself when she takes over. One thing I saw someone say once, which is presumably true but funny, is that technically, Raiden Shogun is in the puppet. That's family name Raiden, personal name Shogun. Last name Raiden, first name Shogun. Her name is Shogun, which is, makes a lot of sense because she is referred to as the Shogun, but it's her name is just Shogun, which is really, really funny. Okay, I can take it. Our turn. Got all three moons. No, it's Raiden Shogun. The family name is Raiden. And her name is Shogun. Yeah, well, yeah, as in... Sorry about that. Yeah, she's a Shogun named Shogun. Which is... That's what you meant. Sorry, now I see. And that was funny. Good job. Well, how about now, fighting fit? And you can see the flowers around her turn blue because she's powered up. At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I'll give you that one. I want to see him gone from Nod-Krai. The hunter of the moon and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong. To hell. Well, it's good up something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight, more like a wisp of fog, drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a breeze. But now you're full of vitality, just like the Frostmoon, once the brightest of them all. You keep shining, Columbina. This is who you are. Cute.
ありがとう
Thank you.
アルレッキーノ
Thank you, Arlecchino.
君も気をつけてね
Didn't say the name in the English. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow
そのため
stronger.
に力を求め続けてることは知ってるよ
What plan is that?
でも何があっても
Rescue children from Datoria?
アビスには飲み
But
込まれ
whatever you're
ない
after, don't let the abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Rerir.
月の狩人みたいになるなんて嫌だよ
You know that I notice it, the blue and red she's got. It's a little bit Kuvaki, a little bit moon power. It's not a lot of blue, but there's a little bit there. I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name. I really do wonder how that name thing is going to get concluded. I kind of wonder whether we're going to get to name Columbina as we did with Skara. A new name. Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina, they're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the role she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Heart too, but it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up now you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. Wandering? Yeah, we're gonna name her, aren't we? All say is this: once you've defeated Rerir, give it some thoughts. I didn't see this whole voice line, huh? I'll hear it. Oops.
本名で自我を定義する必要があるものだ。昔の君は名前なんてどうでもいいと思っていただろう。あの頃の君は世界を渡り歩いていたから。名前などあってもなくても変わらなかったのだろう。
Okay. Alright, that's it for me. I'll get you back safely first and go meet up with Sandra.
君たちを送り届けよう。私はまたサンドローネと合流する。
Hey, you're the best. Let us know next time you need a hand. I'll be sure to return the favor. I appreciate the gesture. Speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments. I'm glad that we got more Arlecchino relevance here. She's a personal favorite for sure. And she is, of course, a good deal different from every other gal in the game. We was a close call, but we got the Iridescent Moon's mirror to restore Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Palmon wonders how everyone else is doing. Turn to the base. Back at base, everyone is discussing what to do next. Then an unexpected figure enters the conversation, probably Albedo. Elegy for Fated Moonlight. I'm like Tartaglia. Anything but bow. I'm not kidding. I mean, even that could be cool, but I think Claymore no. Honestly, and this is gonna sound silly because it is. What I would want if I were a character, maybe Catalyst, but you know, not really a... I don't know, maybe a Fireball-y Catalyst. You know, imagine Yanfei but good. It's the most effective way. 1,000. Oh, no, it is actually just 1.5. I mean, half of one. I was gonna say, if this was 1 and this was 2, the conversion rate would be god-awful, but... It is interesting that Yanfei is the only Pyro Catalyst that actually throws fireballs in the game. I think I could see myself as some kind of fire mage. Yeah, I could... That's gonna be Alice, presumably. Or maybe, of course, I would hate to have a normal attack spam kit. I'd want to be something similar to a Milani maybe, but with melt instead of vaporize. Basically, charges up a big single pyro slash that you melt. I think she could be a Dendro polearm. Why? I don't know. But I think she could be. Or maybe not a polearm, but a ball arm. Perhaps. Let's actually take these in. Lisa's interesting because she does charge up big hits, but at the very same time, she charges that up by using smaller elemental hits. So, I guess the question is, you know, what teammates would he use to enable consistent pyro melts if you're dealing other pyro hits? This is decent, not amazing. None of these are especially good, but I'm not really in a position where I can afford to be tossing pieces of the new artifact set. Maybe. I do like Sitlawi, but it's funny to think. Oh, and now that we're out of the instance, this is... Oh, and it's... Oh, you can see into the space. So in between all these gates, then... Oh, interesting. We'll do this puzzle eventually. Not right now. I really wonder... We can't get inside. We're peeking through the mirror. And again, the mirror... In the content beta test... Mirrors were a exploration item for Snezhnaya. They were supposed to be cryo mirrors, which those are presumably the manifestation of. It was going to be Animo Glider, which we have, a Geo Cube, or block, which is probably the floating blocks, and Leeway, the Plastrite. And then it was going to be an Electro Boat, which became the Wave Rider, a Dendro Rope, which probably became the Four-Leaf Sigil Grapple, and then... Yeah, no, there's not really much to do other than get vagrancy books for Jahoda. Which, I mean, I'll probably get her, I'll presumably get her on the way to Durin. But she ain't winning prizes. She's worse than Sucrose at C6 and only usable for Nod-Krai characters. As in, worse than Sucrose or the one Nod-Krai team you'd even use her on, which is Flames. But what are you going to do? But as I was saying... Oh, goodness. Let's just see... And... Alright. Oh, but if I'm running this, I do want to be using a Nefer. That's right. We do have a Nefer on here normally. I put in Llama, because... Flynn's and Nefer are on here anyway. They're the only two characters who I need to level the friendship of anyway. Yeah, this is where we were. Cool. Guess we could do those test runs now. It'd be an interesting idea, maybe. But again, damage over time. In that case, it'd be more about being a pyro driver for an off-fielder to vaporize. There could be Furina synergy there, interestingly enough, but... Beyond that, no. Got her Shenhe Khan. She's got her costume. So what's... Oh, we could take all these right now, because we've done these already. But, I want to see how they're running this. When you proc a Crystallize... Do you have anything from proccing a Crystallize? I forget. It's been so long since... Yeah, you get more defense. Been a while since I really used Yunjin for anything. You can buy Sudoku. Elaborate on that. Hello there. And do you... I don't really remember what the snapshot. It's not a huge deal. Alright, let's just see how well this works. 1, 2, 3, 4. Normals from Yunjin. Oh, okay. Understandable. There you go. Put this down, and we got hit a little. Hit. There we go. And we didn't have that, did we? Big hit. 1, 2, dodge. Cool. I hope that they do Favonius buffs and they give Noel particle generation. That would be nice. I've heard that name. Is that a zombie game? I know it's a bit... The name is very similar to Left 4 Dead. Okay. How do I want to handle this? Sure, this way. And let's put down Chongus. Oh man, we're chilling. We're chilling hard. And who's left? It's you. Okay. Now let's break you down. No, not quite. Will that kill? Not quite either. That single hit did. It is interesting. Still gave her Dragon's Mind Spear, which is physical oriented. But she is kind of intended to be physical a little. Though these days, the only thing she's really good for is enabling Pyramelt. If they do buffs for the Knights, it would make sense for them to lump the Church in with that. It'd be really funny if it ended up being that Dahlia ended up getting really good buffs in a Church or Knights party. Oh, it's made by the Left 4 Dead devs. Okay, I should actually take a look at them. What I should do is because I own Left 4 Dead, I bought a big Valve bundle, everything they made some years ago. I've really not had the opportunity to dig into it. I need to grab a bunch of people and do Left 4 Dead, probably with mods. Do the mod that changes one of the characters to Barber with a gun. Again, Vanyan is primarily a electrocharged driver, which is interesting. Okay, cool. And you just go over here and lots and lots of electrocharges. It's fun. Anything else? Not really, no. Yeah, she's got very fast normals there. That's good. Let me just actually see. How do they describe her as a character? Yeah, they don't really describe how best she's used. But she's best as a taser driver. To actually make use of her on-field animo normals, which are really, really fast. Really fast. Also, she throws them as recharge attack, which is not especially useful, but pretty cool. And how are they trying to run Zhongli in this test run? Crystallize Zhongli. Oh, okay. Alright then. And there we go. Thank you. Zhongli. Got a good amount of crystallizes, but it's interesting that this is meant to be running with Navia. Oh. Okay. And 1, 2. Very nice. Thanks. Oh, wow. Does she have Verdict right now? Yeah, she's got Verdict. Okay, that's why she's as strong as she is. There was one enemy that died so fast, I didn't even see what it was. Okay. Rose Cracker. And... oh, it's just a... okay. Yeah, you went down pretty easily. Okay, cool. And... there we are. That's all we needed. Nice. One more quick shot. I do enjoy Navia's gameplay. I wish it was better. And there's Arlen. Lisa would need more than that. They could just give her better multipliers. Her problem isn't any lack of AoE, it's just her damage just isn't good enough. She doesn't need more AoE. The other thing is that needing more snacks also means she would require more field time. It would be better to just give her better multipliers on the kit she already has. Which is more or less what they are doing. You know, largely with the caveat that you have to use characters from this specific faction for that to work, but it's what they're doing. Come on. There we are. You are good and strong. Who's left? It's a... Can we blow you up? Almost. Almost. That worked. Yeah, but this is a little similar to the spike she made in that cutscene. But when you're at C2 or higher, I believe, she gets the ability to summon more of those when you use her charge attack to absorb her bond of life. Well, that would be kind of pointless unless... Because there isn't really any synergy between her as an aggravate character, which is also just really bad these days because they haven't changed. I guess they could change aggravate's base multiplier too, but you kind of have to choose between stacking attack to maximize the damage of her actual big holdie and maximizing the power of her Dendra reactions. Unless she got some level of EM scaling on her burst. I mean, on her holdie, and I guess also her burst. That isn't really doing anything for her. And to be fair, with the way Venti's kit is getting tweaked next patch, he no longer... He's moving from really being a AoE swirl DPS where you group up your enemies and stack a bunch of quadratic swirls to an on-field animo DPS, but when that burst is active, but that burst is still good for grouping enemies, which is still great. She should. Razor is going to be stronger than her soon, and that's really weird. But probably going to be faction related, but... Also, it was kind of necessary because Swirl is not that strong anymore. The number creep has gone up without much change in terms of actual... In terms of reactions, it's just base multipliers that's actually doing it now. The team I want to try to put together is Nuviet and Kongamado. Apparently that is very good. We'll see. Constipated Scorpion. Okay. So we gotta start the match and then immediately drop. But it's not even a real match. It's against bots. Zhongli buff would be nice. I do wonder whether they're going to give him an infusion like they're giving to... Who could we even run here? We could try this. Mona... Fast action instead of a combat action. Not sure I like that. We can try this. But I guess we can take Nuviet then. They can chill together. Okay. Tenacity. Tandoori roast chicken. Can rank you up. That's nice. Don't really need Furinet. Oh, we'll go with a chef training. I like that. That's very, very good. HP is HP scaling. The main thing, as I was saying, is that they're giving Venti an Animo infusion. I think... Well, Furina's got infusion at C6. A way to allow the Archons to more reasonably do damage of their element, which is... I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly okay with that. Okay. So... Just gonna switch that out. Oh, but it's after the charge, that's right. Well, there you go. He does get damage from HP, which is pretty nice. What in the goddamn? Please don't kill me. Alright. Alright. We're gonna charge. Can we survive a round? I don't think we can. Okay. Well. Oops. Oops. Ouch. Apparently, Nuve and Kongamano works great, but I wonder how that's gonna work. With a character level of 2. Next character takes the field. Select. Master of Weaponry. We can go with a Dendrocore one. Star Signs is great. Probably be good to run that on Nuve. Max HP is great. You can try running this with Mona added. It'll suck a little. Source Water Droplet, and that lets you just run it immediately. This is something we'd really like on you. Okay. Kongamano can be there to chill out, I guess, but... If Nuve is getting the kills, that lowers the chance that Kongamano is going to generate Source Crackers. So it's hard to say how this is going to go. What the heck? Yeah, not the biggest fan of Heated Battle Mount. That didn't do any damage to them. Any. Holy crap. Yeah, what is up with Ayaka here? That's one that scales badly, but is strong early on, which is bad for me. Yeah. Enhance you a bit, and what do you know? We can rank you up. It's exciting. We didn't get any buff from that, though. Oops. Yeah, it's all about surviving initially, and that's rough. And the ability to target previous characters. I am beginning to despise this. And it... His attack is just quite low. Spreads damage around, but past that, not getting much. Okay, come on. That ain't great. Okay. You switched. That almost... Oh, but yeah, the ability to burgeon. That is actually very good. Okay, now I see. Got force switch. What is up with your damage? It's nothing is the thing. I don't think we can whip this. They're a strong combo if you can take them out of. Well, I think the point is that they don't really want him... I don't think it would be good to force him to stack HP. And just, what in the world is going on here? I need to figure out how to actually put a good team together for this. Because it's random. I guess it would make sense to make him defense scaling like most other Geo characters, because Geo was originally meant to be the shield and interruption resistance element. And Noelle was just weird. It wasn't until Goro and Ito that it was really solidified as being... really solidified as being the element of surprise. Really solidified as being the defense element, and to be fair, Navia doesn't use that, Shuri doesn't need that, and there just haven't been a lot of Geo characters in general So, go with you. Yeah, we could go with, we could try Ayato. We could try Ayato. Sure. 1 extra action each round. Yeah, that would allow us to get some Virgin action going. That's fine. Sure. Charge attack and extra charge. 1 extra action. I like the one that gave him starting energy. Well, whatever. Let's go with the Ornate Kabuto. This one is really, really good. Stupidly good. Can spread some hydro around. That's exciting. Okay. Cool. Well, that's nice. And now we can trigger a Virgin. That's exciting. 1 extra action each round and... Oh, that was wretched. Okay. But yeah, you'll be able to proc some Virgins quite strongly. Well, the issue is that nukes aren't good. There's a reason why... And this is also an incredible artifact. Feed this to the Yunkasaur King, sure. Put this on you. Yeah. There is a reason why Eula isn't good, and Mavika is good because she's just overpowered, regardless. She's good because she's Mavika. Nuke-oriented comps are generally not especially good. But she's good pretty much in spite of everything about herself. So, let's see how this goes. If we can actually trigger a reaction. I worry. Soryu. And... Oh, but we didn't proc any Dendro reactions, so we didn't get any Dendro Core. Oh, stupid. Main thing is that Nuve can actually spread it around. That is good and strong. We don't really use or care for weapons. I guess we should rank you up. Chef training. Don't have any food, but... guess we could go for artifact training, but none of those are ones we can use, but we don't want Barbara. We don't want Barbara. Ugh. So that's something we could maybe discard, but that's actually unneeded trash. Come on. Come on. Stacks of battle attrition. Yeah, but if it's not Nuve, because Nuve can spread the damage, we're not going to be actually able to create any Dendrocores. And that's when it gets tough. Because we get a Vaporize, but that's it. It's not even particularly good. It literally has to be Nuve and the Yunkasaur King specifically. Oh lord. Or you could try putting something else together, but unless you save scum for a busted comp from the literal beginning, you are not going to be able to make it to anything. Sorai's Atoma is clearly Anima Plunging Attack. I mean, the idea is clearly this is meant to be a plunge comp. I'm almost tempted. Hi. Kabuto. That's good. The really annoying thing is that you can't actually see what these are. It doesn't tell you what a plunging attack actually means in the context of the auto mode. if they wanted to make Zhongli good, it would make most sense to give him some level of buffing capacity besides a shield shred. That's what I would do if I were in that position. Let's just see if this works at all, and literally neither of those can do anything for us, which is meant to encourage you to try the characters, but it's just bad. Okay. Okay. We're gonna die hard. Okay. Plunging attack, which is... What? And we died before we could even see what that does. Kill yourself. I just want to try the next match and... Goddamn. If you lost, that's actually really good. Energy, I like that. Emblem, let's rank you up. Extra action. Elemental infusion. You don't really swirl anything. That's a good one. Sure. Level you up. That's fine. Cool. Let's see what plunging attack actually does. Hopefully we don't die too quickly. Let's just use that right now. Oh, nice. Let's switch us, which is not ideal. You have plunging attack. Physical damage equal to own number of stacks, which is in. Wow, this is actually decent. Yeah. Holy crap. Of course, we're not swirling. It's just about plunge buff, but we could see how far this could actually take us. Huh. Cool. Yeah. The ability to actually buff him there would be quite good. Kabuto was busted, we need that. Okay. Let's see how far we can take this, honestly. Got starting energy, you can immediately burst. Huh. Cool. That was nice. Right at the outset. Whirlwind thrust. Ouch. Yeah, I could see. Band of Oliva. That will kill you. That's good. Extra action. I think we can take this. Well, whatever. Extra action. You know, this is actually kind of working. Emphasis on kind of. It's a pure plunge comp. Geo-resonance. We're not doing any kind of whatever. Takes the field. Character level 2 on a star signs or a random food. Take the Junior Zod. Gonna rank you up. Level you up. This is about the same, actually. Guess we could go with that. Sure. Okay. See how this goes. Say star signs, should it be? Afterwards, when your character takes the field. Being able to nuke a little bit instantly is very effective. It's very good. Ouch. Painful. You do have a revive to that. Okay, fried egg. Ouch. But we're alive again. We're not alive anymore. Okay. Rethesli's actually really good in TCG too. I've invested in character level. Okay. But it's really character rank up we want to do, because character level won't do that much for me, actually. Huh. Well, alright. We can level up Zhao. We can rank up Zhao. Nice. Probably rank you up even further. None of these are... Well, let's go for that, actually. It's Zhao who we really need to stay alive, so we'll just give both of these to you. Sure. Alright, let's see how well this goes. And adjacent characters. A little bit of extra damage. Nice. Just stacking some HP, which is good. Nice. You've actually gotten decent attack. Totally eliminated you, which I like. Charge enhance, back to Albabo. Ouch. Put down your friendly Isotoma. Yep, that's our plunging attack, which is able to eliminate some of them before they even show up, which is really good too. Okay. Animo character. Every 2 characters from Mondstadt. Stone and contracts. None of these are great. Oh, we messed up badly. We don't have any charge. Whatever. It's the only one that's going to do anything. We don't even need energy. It sucked. Sucked bad. Well, whatever. Okay. Level up, sure. Okay. I really should have taken the extra action one. I think if they're going to do it like Venti, they would just give Venti a new signature. That is almost certainly what they're going to do, and Tinari is gone. Oops. Yeah, being able to instantly burst, or almost instantly burst, is very, very strong. And you're just switching in and out, and this is actually a surprisingly strong comp. Being able to nuke them down almost instantly is insane. Okay. Got some extra actions. And you literally got your burst back up. He just keeps going. I do like that they've got synergy. I really do. We're gonna go for the Sweet Madame. Level up Zhao. Sure. Max HP. Sure. You're the one we mostly want to stay alive. We don't have any summons. One of these are worthless. I destroy Vortex Vanquisher forever. So make it go away. We don't need it. Okay. It lacks any real reason to exist. It's only a signature to the extent... Holy crap. Holy crap. Oops. This is good, but not amazing, not prize-winning. And, oh look, Fiorina killed us. Oops. Yeah, the actual reaction-related team is great, but again, it's... Nuve and the Yungasaur King is what we really want. It's not the worst weapon in the game. It's not amazing, but... Not winning any prizes, but... It's not useless by any means. It's just not good. Oh, Lord. This is... There's nobody who has specific synergy here. They really should just let you quit out and refresh. It's fun, but it is incredibly luck-based. The main thing is that it just doesn't do anything for Zhonghui's kit. It benefits him as a physical polearm DPS, which is not something you would ever actually want to do. It's just poor. We do have Nuve. I guess that's an interesting idea. Definitely want to get Nuve's per step quickly. Figure out how to do that. Yeah. There are just so many moving parts, and it is entirely different from the way the rest of the game works. Extra action +1 once per round. I would really like that ornate Kabuto. Initial energy. That is quite good. Yeah, yeah. All your characters max HP. I'm gonna give that to Noob, because he likes to stack HP. It can be energy support, and we can see how well this is going to work, if it can. I am not too hopeful. At the very least, this should be a little bit better at actually triggering reactions. The teams I was running before with... Oh, that's one gone. Decent. Oh, look. Ouch. 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 And, well, we did die. But this is, of course, with Noob, you gotta stack his HP. It takes a bit to get it off the ground. Fatal Wolf Fan. Electro characters act. Oh, interesting. Charge. Next action twice per round. Heavy Strike. That is good for Noob. Sashimi Platter. Attack normal scale gains +1 charge. It would make sense just give him more HP. He's already got more charge, and that is not pleasant. He does not need more. Okay. So, let's do it. Let's give him decent amount of attack just from his HP stacked. But again, Nuviat and Kangamato have great synergy because you can stack them. Ouch. There we go. Yes. There you go. There you go. Well, okay. I really do not like how strong Sethos is. But he needs a good amount of energy support, either in terms of artifacts or other stuff. But it's... Every character is just incredibly different in how they function. That's a big part of it. Alright, let's see. They really did make it tough. I don't need Furina. I really don't. Okay. 10 Revelry. Staxes have no limit. Okay. Really want that Kabuto. Okay. I guess we can rank you up. That's fine. Okay. Decent enough for what it is. She didn't get a rank bonus. And you are weirdly powerful. Yeah, the fact that character attack does vary is also very... That's something that's harder to track too. Honestly, there are more differences between individual character cards in this mode than there are in the base game. There's a lot more variance, which makes things difficult. Hi. Well, there you go. Electro charge is okay-ish. Unit damage. It's multiple stacks of that from a charge shield. That's actually busted. Legitimately. You kinda can't die. Unless you're getting a lot of truly ridiculous... Yeah, you're just going to kill me. Well, unless you're doing a lot of instances through, well, multiple characters on the team. Honestly, I get the impression that Yunjin exists to counter duo teams in this. Unfortunate. It's just so swingy. There isn't much in particular. I mean, I guess you can put a multi-character team together, but you don't know who you're going to get. It's honestly a lot more reliable to just try to get a strong duo. There aren't a lot of great options. It's really, really tough. Oh. Oh. I think it would be very difficult, if possible at all, if it's even possible, to put together a... Who could we... I don't know. Yunjin is good because she'll just stay there. Okay. Charge shield. No stack limit. She is good as just holding it down. Okay. Huh. Interesting. This could work. I mean, this is what I was just up against. More or less. Ooh, ooh. Unwavering support. When you charge. Let me see. Deal geo damage. Does she need or want that? And the main thing is that she's basically there just to sit and chill. The more she's charging, less damage she's taking. Honestly, sure. I'll take that. And not much to do other than level you, maybe. Why not? You should not be... Bethesda should not be staying up much. We'll see. Maybe. Get healed. In auto mode or in this? In this, it's probably... Ouch. Oops. In auto mode, it's probably the encerclement. And as you can see, she has a hilariously busted shield. She can just hold things down. Oh, but we got petrified. Oh, that sucks. Oops. Oops. We're getting hit by that. There. I just... The auto mode is so different, and the cards are more different from each other within auto mode than they're different from each other within the actual TCG. It's hilarious. Oh, goodness. Arlecchino's probably. Honestly. There's nothing good here. Okay. Do some selection. And we're out. We're screwed. Whatever. Let's rank you up. Let's enhance a bit. The cards aren't any to use. It's probably... The illustrations are not any different in this mode. It's probably the Yumkasor King to use in this mode. You really need more HP. Okay. The Yumkasor King. Guess we could take that, maybe. This one is just quite painful. Trimaster Weaponry. It's just, and neither of those is really doing anything. Whatever. We will give you the Kabuto. Sure. Nice. There are too many cards in here for me to say a worst. I mean, a lot of them are very hard to get off the ground, like Sethos and Yumkasor King here. I don't know what they've changed from last time, but the old strategy that I used last time is not really working. His attack is just way too low. Lord knows what's going on here. Is this 3 wins? No, it's Elemental Mastery. Okay. Team EM. So that's how that's indicated, huh? Well, regardless. Yeah, but Yunjin counters duos because she can stack her shields. She does not have much else. Yeah, this is dog ass. You can play this for a couple weeks and it changes every time. So nobody has any real guides on how to actually win in this. It's stupid bullshit. And the dumbest thing is that you can't reroll without starting a match. There simply aren't good options here. Okay. Okay. EM ain't bad. It's just... What do you do? What do you do? Can at least... Can't even get any of the rewards. It's none of these are any good. Just straight ass across the board. Stupid. Oh, it's you, literally. I just hate this. It's... Apparently he's quite good. For each stack, and then destroy self can stack. EM plus 1. Next character. Cannot stack. Could try this, maybe. The main thing is that if you can stack actions on him, he can absolutely ruin, but we'll see. Definitely don't need to have him there first. Initial energy. Oh, goodness. Let's see what Dendro does in this mode. Dendro Core, Perpetual Burn, Catalyzing Field. Max stacks. Okay. I just... Attack is good. Sure. Go for a Kabuto, maybe. Spread damage is strong for a reason. But still. He can stack things up, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna try this. Just spread things out. It's attack support on him, and... What the hell? What? Okay. You can't pick the cards, you can't reshuffle, and you can't reshuffle your starting roll until you've actually at least started another match. The hell? No, I haven't lost. This is good. It's actually really good. Okay, I'll take that. Random one of your summons, but we don't have summons at the start, so that wouldn't be useful. Energy support. Unwavering support. 2 random cards. I guess that's fine. But none of these are especially good. We could go for a Hyper Boom maybe, but we refreshed too much and now we have to pick another character. When I don't actually want that. Okay, whatever. Alright. And that's more uses on the summon, which is actually very good. Well, we did get a Dendro Core. That's nice. Guess we'll see if Sara can survive. And now you're dead. Okay. Without electricity. Alright. It's pretty nice. And now we're just dead. Great. Great. Okay. Actually triggering reactions is a lot easier said than done. It's my loss, as she said. We could rank you up, I guess, but stupid, stupid. So stupid. We could go for the chicken and stack it on Tinori, I guess. It's not too bad. He does need more HP, though. Yeah, eventually he's going to be liable to be one-shot or hit by anything with spread, which is not fun. Okay. 1 Dendro damage can stack. Yeah, it is just 1 Dendro damage, so you have to have a reaction-based team for it actually to really do anything. Stupid, stupid. And, oh, wow. We survived. This is not going to go all that far. At all. Yeah, this is kind of hell. The lowest character level, which is why you need to keep them the same. Interesting. Okay. And it stacks with every single time. Interesting. About the same. Okay. Huh. Could level you, but is there anything else we really want? Go with a butter crab. And... Rodent's tempting, I guess. Sure. Stacking low-level characters. That's fine. Relatively. Initial energy's good. How do you want to order this? Honestly, Tinori is a good option there. There we go. That's fine. And this is a way to actually keep them at a low level. Friendship Eternal is actually really, really good. This could be the one. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. So what we're gonna spread around, if anything. If anything. Yeah, we actually don't really want to level up now, do we? I don't think we do. Because if we leveled up, what that means is... Why did you get to go first? Come on. We can keep stacking attack. If we weren't able to level up all the characters evenly, it would stop being good. Okay. Connection. Pretty strong. No, literally, why do you get to go first? What happened there? There's our Garden of Purity. And now, these are Dendro Core. That's good too. You know, it is. You do need to just make an actual multi-character team. It's that simple. Okay. So let's kit them out with artifacts instead then. Or just get star signs and stuff. Because it... Levels ain't great now. We're honestly better off stacking Friendship Eternal. Aw. Aw. I don't have any summons, though. I guess that's fine. Better than doing that. Fine. Give you a weapon. Round begins. Random one of your summons, and who is gonna be? Raiden's honestly one of the more durable ones. So yeah, we're all just starting to stack and snowball. Yeah. And when you've got more characters, you get a lot more out of Friendship Eternal too. Okay. Ouch. You're not dead. No, now you are. Okay. Oops. But that's damage. It's good damage. Okay. Got any Dendrocore? Doesn't really seem like it. 7 and well, okay. No, the damage did go up. Huh. No, this is actually really good. Friendship Eternal Cheese is exactly what I need to be using. Yeah, that's good. I like this. So now we aren't actually going to level anybody. Thunder in Eternity. Powerful Undersea Treasure. 1 extra chance to refresh. This is a fun one. I like to gamble. We don't want anything that messes with level. 1 out of 5 artifact cards. Undersea Treasure. But I actually don't want that. Artifact. All of your characters gain 6 HP. Oh, that's great. 1 out of 5 artifact cards, and it's sorry I don't have one. Got the Kabuto. Millith. Skill healing. 1 energy once per round. Heal self. I put that on Ayato. He needs the help. Every single time, we're stacking to a hilarious degree. This is the way you snowball. The silly snowball. I am perfectly fine with this. Okay. It's gonna see, and you have a charge on you. That was a bad option they picked there. Yeah, so this, they were disincentivizing using silly teams, and I'm okay with that. I think that is ultimately good for the health of the game. Yeah. So if we can get our burst off at all... Yeah, and Duo's still pretty good, but it takes a lot to get it off the ground. Okay. And now... Hyper Bloom procced, and then a bunch of arrows. I'm okay with this, and they are scaling with his attack. They're becoming hilarious. Okay, let's see. Where are the Navia? I don't want that. Don't want anyone to level. Okay. Goodness. Don't have King Squire. That's... 2 star signs! Oh, that's amazing. I should do that immediately. Play that on him immediately, too. And give that to Sara, and that... It's a good nuke. I just don't want to lose that. Okay. That's fine. Play them both on Tinori, he'll be able to immediately nuke. Which is quite good. And then we can start the summons. But this is on everybody. That healed some Piopal. Very good. I am liking this. Liking this a lot. Getting some nice Dendrocore stacks. Okay. Gambling on that undersea treasure is very, very nice. Okay. Boom, boom. Then the mines get to have some fun after we start things out with that burst. That said, that also means that I don't have as much time with the arrows on, which might not be amazing, but still. The arrows have gotten pretty strong. Okay. A summons are good. Undeniably, and we can use you to absorb some hits. Yeah, Friendship Eternal. Especially if you've got lots of characters. We made a team that works. It's nice. I really want to get that 7. And a sad tale. What was it? Everyone's got artifacts now. That's good. Just gonna stack our HP. Oh, okay, you caught the unknown with it. Okay, I see. And Tinari got stronger, and now his missiles are gonna be great. Fine with this. Nice amount of just instant strong damage. You don't use contacts, right? I don't believe. Stack some Dendrocore. Very good. The way you're... Okay, they changed Navi. Previously, she just discarded all cards as a nuke, but no, she uses that to increase her damage. Okay, interesting. That's interesting to consider. And that was round 1. So he is individually quite strong, because he can get lots of hits in. I see. And you're probably gonna shoot someone, aren't you? Yeah, but that's another big spread hit, but... Navi still is not surviving this round. It can't happen. Yeah, the missiles didn't even have to come out. The missiles didn't even get to come out. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. Yeah, because it would burn up the volatiles. I never thought about that. That's cool. And let's go for an undersea treasure or something. All of your characters gain more HP. I like that. Sack frags. Oh, goodness. We need to not level anybody. But nothing else is going to be usable, but I don't think we need that. Don't think we do. And it's just this good. Yeah, I saw what I actually did see someone do a strategy where they didn't really level anybody. And this was why. They managed to get Friendship Eternal. I wonder if the events are biased at all based on your team to try to give you something good, or maybe not do that. But regardless. Oh, and we got the Ayato and Ayato action. Which means we're not spreading the Hydra around at all. That is actually really unpleasant. Oh well, that's fine. And now at least Raiden is going to kill that Ayato who had more extra actions than mine. And, well, you can revive and then get smacked down by the Skyward Spine. That is fine by me. Okay. So we've eliminated... It was an Ayato versus Ayato duel, and ours kind of won because Raiden took over. So now we get our missiles. I think this is probably going to be what's going to win it for us. Okay. So are we going to get any bursts out? That should do a good amount of damage with the Sorrow Burst, which is fun. 2. Oh, I hate that Charge Shield. Charge Shield is nasty. Ayato is definitely dying this round, that's okay. The Ayato Yumejoshi are going to kill you for that one, you know. Just so you know. Okay. Well, we got our platinum, and now I can close things out. Oh, it took a little longer than I kind of expected it to, but yeah, it's... You really do just have to actually make a team. You can't do a duo. Well, make sure to give all your retail Bala money to me in your will. And then we'll do a Bala burial. A stream in memory of Bala. I'll go all the way to Sicily Bala, and I'll dig your grave myself. Put some Bala flowers on it or something. Nation that doesn't exist. Okay, cool. So next is Elegy for Fated Moonlight. Isn't that fun? So there is Nothing to do left right now. I need to go to sleep. I need to take a nice long nap. Yeah, that team was really, really good. Tianari is just... any character who can actually adequately spread element in the TCG, well, in that auto mode, can get a lot of use out of that. So he got some utility. And this is the set I'm building for Durin. Kinda. Though he's probably going to get a Hexing Circle set, presumably. Yeah, it's almost midnight where you are, so get some sleep, Bala. Some sleep, Bala. Oh, right, there was this. Only embers remain, the final glimmer of the waning moon. That's when she saved us, I believe. Nation that doesn't exist. Complete a nation that doesn't exist. Thought it'd be some other quest.